Do shut your video.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
I just wanted to say hi to Jim.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to mute. I just wanted you to.
Can
No, I mean, I was wanting to wave, so hi. Yes, absolutely. Hi, Jim, I'm waving. I just wanted to say hi to Jim.
I don't
Oh,
think
You don't
Claudia
have to mute.
got on.
I just wanted.
No. Oh, sorry, I was, no,
wanting to
she,
wave,
yes, absolutely. Hi, Jim, I'm
Okay.
waving.
So
I just
yeah.
wanted to say hi to
Yep.
Jim.
I don't
Oh,
think
You
Claudia
don't have to mute.
got on.
I
We're in
just
trouble.
wanted-
No,
You're
no,
gonna do
I'm
great.
sorry, I was, no,
wanting to
she,
wave.
yes,
Jimmy,
absolutely. Hi, Jim, I'm
okay.
waving.
So
I just
yeah.
wanted to say
Volume
hi
is not
to Jim.
real
I
good
don't
right
think
now.
All right. Phone over here. There you go.
Here comes Mary Ellen.
Yeah, that's good. Good idea. Let's see. Oh, my writing is too small.
Oops. I was just checking out the writing of it, and you
Yeah.
have to write it backwards.
Yeah, it doesn't accept.
No.
It doesn't turn it around for you. Uh-oh.
Oh, those will be fun, Leah.
Yeah.
I can write backwards. I did it when I was a teenager in the Leonardo
could, but it'll-
days.
You have to increase the time. We
I
can
don't
talk.
think so. When we were doing the dry run, that was what we were doing. We were writing and putting it up to the camera.
Oh, I know what's going on. In your own view, it looks backwards, but
Yeah.
because your own camera is mirroring you, but actually it should look right to everybody on
I
your
was
team.
gonna say I know it works because I teach
Thank you.
Greek and
Yeah.
I have a whiteboard and I write Greek forms on and students are fine. So no one's laughingly pointed out to me that it's backwards. So yeah, I think it's our view that we're seeing.
I think that's right.
And believe me, they would say something. It's Greek. They need help.
So maybe we're just waiting on Ruth, or is Ruth here?
I think it's just Ruth.
Okay, great.
Sorry. Hey, Laura, what's up? I'm so tired. So tired.
Just 2 minutes.
Hey, she's here.
Oh, great.
Hey, kitty.
Okay. I just. Okay.
Don't worry, cat. You can still get out.
Okay. I think everybody's here.
Excuse me. Sorry.
All righty. Super.
Mary Ellen, are you there?
I am here. Okay to welcome everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay, on behalf of Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates, I would like to welcome you to our 19th annual Spelling Bee, but our first virtual Spelling Bee. Literacy is such an important part of our lives, and most of us take it for granted. So LVOY is here to support the learners of adult literacy, to help them be strong advocates for their lives. We use this fundraiser to support this cause and thank each and every one of you, from our Spelling Bee teams to our sponsors, to our volunteers, and to those who helped organize this event. Thank you so much. I believe Liz is up.
Thanks, Mary Ellen. As Mary Ellen mentioned, we've been doing this for almost 20 years. The Spelling Bee is our longest running and consistently most successful fundraiser. And every successful bee helps LVOY to serve more learners and transform more lives through literacy. So I wanted to thank all of you, our participating teams and event sponsors. All of them are listed in the programs which you received through email. But a very special thank you today to some of our major sponsors. Our premier sponsors this year are Darling's Tree Farm and Wegmans, and our Queen Bee sponsors are Canandaigua National Bank and CDGA Coffee Company. So thank you to them, and good luck to all of you today.
So before we get going and Andy starts us off, I want to say a special thank you to those who are going to be helping us with the spelling bee today. Our announcer is Andy Thomas, and he's much more than our announcer. He just does so much for us, and a year after year. So we thank him so much. Our judges this year are Sonia Brooks and Bess Oliver. Our timekeepers are George Cushman and Liz Searle. A B team of Donna Connor, Marilyn Cushman, and myself, and our technician, thank you, Haywood Phillips. Okay, Andy, you're on.
All right. Are we ready, everyone? Let's roll them, right? Thank you, Mary Ellen. Thanks a lot. It's a great honor to be part of this interesting, kind of wacky and weird event online this year, but we hope everything goes well. We've done a lot of prep work to make sure that we think it'll happen fine. And one of the main things right now I want to ask right off the bat is, can everyone hear me correctly, accurately? How's it looking? I'm not hearing anybody say no, so I guess I'll trust you that's good. Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates is nothing if not determined. It's really been able to weather the pandemic quite well. Throughout these last kind of terrible months, nothing has shut down because everyone has been able to use a variety of communication tools and stay flexible to help out all of the clients for Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates. They've had Zoom meetings, WhatsApp messaging has been used, Facebook, FaceTime video messaging, email, phone calls, and even regular mail, because that still works pretty well. Lots more too. And the good news right now is the offices are now open again for in-person learning. That is happening, but following all recommended and required health and safety guidelines. So though COVID-19 has certainly impacted the efforts of LVOY and everyone else who's a part of this today, and the tutors and the learners, they've all soldiered on. And last year, 96 tutors worked with 119 learners throughout both counties. So it's been great to continue the hard work, and our congratulations out to everybody for that. This competition is about spelling, of course, but there is a lot more to literacy than just spelling. For example, let's think about punctuation for just a little bit. How does one stress enough the importance of punctuation? Well, some writers and grammarians have put it this way over the years. Perhaps for those who understand sewing best, it has been said that punctuation is the basting that holds the fabric of language in shape. Kind of nice, isn't it? For those who value politeness and efficiency, punctuation is a courtesy designed to help readers to understand a story without stumbling. Very courteous. Not so much for the kids who had to study grammar in school. They never liked it that way. But and for those of us who've driven a car or a pickup truck, punctuation marks are the traffic signals of language, colon. They tell us to slow down, comma, notice this, comma, take a detour, comma, and stop, period. But when we ignore them or use them wrong, there are crashes, unfortunately, such as this classic I always loved. I saw this the first time, I think back in a middle school English class when I was working for the Canandaigua City School District. And it was a poster, and it said that commas save lives. The poster was, "Let's eat, Grandma." That critical comma, it is transformed into something both unsavory and probably criminal. Let's eat, Grandma. So you got to punctuate correctly to get it right. Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates is dedicated to building the literacy skills of all the clients it serves: spelling, punctuation, appropriate usage, nuance, reading skills, and speaking skills. And that's not only to make all the grandmas around our world safer, but to make it possible for the folks in our community to prosper, even when they don't have full command of English. And then as they gain more and more command, they'll cope better, make progress, succeed, and then prosper even more. And that benefits us all, and that's why we do this work. So thanks again for your support of LVOY and for joining us for the 19th Annual Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates Spelling Bee. Online, we hope it goes well. If not, we'll just say that this spelling bee is endemic to the pandemic, and we'll leave it at that. We'll have 3 rounds. We're going to try to time them approximately an hour each. We have asked the round 2 and round 3 participants to kind of check in at 2 o'clock and also at 3 o'clock. And I think for you competitors, you might get an acceleration of the difficulty of words if we're starting to bump up against time. So that's something that could happen for you. Just be aware of that. The winners of each round qualify for the championship round, and that'll be hopefully around 4 o'clock. We'll try to stay to that schedule. So let me introduce the teams in round 1. Team 1 is representing the Canandaigua Academy Key Club. They call themselves Booksmart, leaving out the A. And they are Eric Bateman, Sarah Mazer, and Mike Sisson. Welcome. Thanks for being here, guys. Team 2, representing the Hobart and William Smith faculty and staff, calling themselves B+, a very formidable squad, as we know from past Bs, is Laura Blanchard, Ruth Benedict, and Leah Himmelhall. And then Team 3, representing the Penn Yan Library, calling themselves the Dewey Decimators, is Sarah Kreveling and Jim Irwin. We got some really good spellers in this round, and I think it should be fun as we unwind this a little bit. Now, a couple of things I definitely want to check for you. We're going to leave you about 60 seconds to answer a word at the outside. We do have a timekeeper, and we'll try to ding in on you and make you guess if you exceed that 60 seconds. That should give you time to do a little bit of communication. But when you do communicate, there is something that we won't let you do, or you're gonna have to be on your honor not to do it. You can communicate with each other orally, obviously, and you could do it visually by maybe spelling the word, holding it up to the screen and seeing if that's right. And the others can agree or disagree, and then you can make a change. But we don't want you to Zoom chat, and we don't want you to text by phone, because we've discovered that it auto-corrects, and that would be cheating. And of course, we know that autocorrect may not be accurate anyway, so watch out for that. Once your team is knocked out, you can either sign off completely if you're done, or you could just mute and watch the rest. That's fine. I will give the word, and then I'll give the word in a sentence, and then I'll say the word again. So I'll say the word in a sentence, say the word again. And then when you spell, you need to say the word so that we know you got it right, and then spell it, and then say the word again when you're done so that we know you're finished. One rule that just another reminder, you're probably aware of this, if you speak out loud and lay down the letters in order that are correct and stop halfway through because you kind of got confused about something, you can go back to the beginning and change it. But once you've spoken the letters out loud, that's it, they're laid down, and if you made a mistake right at the beginning, you can't fix it after starting. So take your time before you start, and then go for it. You may ask for the word origin. I should have that. You'll hear it in a sentence. I can give you the definition if you ask for it, but I will only give you it in a sentence for context at the beginning. So you'll have to ask for the other things. I should have a part of speech as well. When you do spell, and I will try to do this also, enunciate especially clearly this year, because the whole thing is a little bit different being online. I'll try to be careful. If I'm hurrying too much, you just tell me and I'll say it again, okay? Don't Google your word. That's pretty obviously cheating. If you do have a problem during the round, you can, again, ask for something to be judged, and Sonia, the judge, will jump in if I've possibly made an error as well. All right. So during each round, we'd like the teams that are not spelling to mute themselves so that we have the best bandwidth possible for this to work. So everyone should be muted except myself, the judge, our timekeeper, and the team members who are currently going to spell a word. All right, everybody set? We're going to go for it, I think, here. First thing up is a practice round, and you can't go out of the competition in the practice round. This is just to kind of get your nerves settled a little bit if you have them, and also to make sure that things are working. Maybe we'll find out if something is a little bit fouled up. All right, so we are going to go for it, and our first team is are you ready to go? I need to have a little cue, an audio cue from team 1, which is our Key Club team from Canandaigua Academy.
We're ready.
All righty. Hi, Eric. You're
Hello.
ready. You're the speller, Eric?
I am the speller.
All right. All right. All right. This is a practice round, so here we go. The word is hospital. After a while, I went out and left the hospital and walked back to the hotel in the rain. Hospital.
Hospital. Hospital. Hospital.
That is correct. The sentence is the last sentence of the novel by Ernest Hemingway, A Farewell to Arms. And that's what I'm going to use for our practice round sentences, the last sentence of various novels. So that's the correct answer. So now you guys can mute, and up next we have team 2, and I better get my my teams back out here. B+, I think you're up, right?
Yes, we're ready.
All right. Hi there. The word is firelight. Their hearts were very light as they entered into the firelight and warmth under that roof, and Yarrow ran to meet them, crying with joy. Firelight.
Firelight. Firelight. Firelight.
Firelight. That is correct. That's the last sentence of A Wizard of Earthsea by Ursula K. Le Guin. Happens to be my very favorite author. Fantastic writer. All right, team 3 is up now. Are you there?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Hi there.
Hello.
Yeah. Sarah, you spell.
Okay. Put
Okay,
a lot of pressure on me.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. I'm going to give you a really short sentence. The word is looked. He looked a long time. Looked.
Looked. Looked. Looked.
Looked is correct. That's the last sentence of Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. And those are our practice rounds. Everybody's alive and well. And I think everyone heard me okay. All right. Okay. So we're ready to rumble. Here's round 1. We'll go back to the Key Club. And Eric will be up as the speller for Canandaigua Academy Key Club team. Hang one second. Let me get my team out there so I don't forget that. Okay. Round 1. Judge, we're going to be on page 1 and the top word number 301. Ready? Laundromat. Gabby went to the bank for a roll of quarters to use at the laundromat. Laundromat. Something's not working.
No, we're fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
There's a D in there, Sarah. But otherwise, I agree with you.
Okay, here we go. Laundromat. Laundromat. Laundromat.
That is correct. Laundromat. We're going to go down one word, 302, second word on the list for the B+. Congruent. Simon's tutor explained that two triangles are congruent when their corresponding sides have equal lengths and their corresponding angles are also equal. Congruent.
Congruent. congruent.
That is correct. All right. Moving on now to the Penn Yan Library. The Dewey Decimators. We're just going to go down to that third word on this page. 303. Retrieval. Allie was ecstatic about the successful retrieval of her favorite ring from the bathroom sink drain. Retrieval.
We have a conflict with each other.
Go with yours.
Okay. Retrieval. RETRIEVAL. Retrieval.
All right, Sarah pulled that one out of the fire. Good job, Sarah. That is correct. I before
Yeah,
E,
we
except
organize
after some rule like that. Never heard of that one. All right, so you've survived your first words. Let's go to page number 4. And at the top of the page, 321. And we're back to Booksmart. Architecture. The building that housed the Department of Architecture was, to many students, the most hideous looking edifice on campus. Architecture.
Architecture. ARCHITECTURE. Architecture.
Is correct. Good job. All right. Back to the B plus. We're going to move down towards 323. One you should understand these days. Antibody. The function of the antibody is to render harmless any foreign microorganism in the blood. Antibody.
Antibody. ANTIBODY. Antibody.
Correct. Let's wish that every one of us has more and more of those in just a short while. If you haven't been vaccinated yet, do it. Right? As soon as you can. Okay. We're back to the Dewey Decimator. 325 on the same page. Postprandial. Uncomfortably full after eating a huge dinner, George and Barbara decided to take a leisurely postprandial walk. Postprandial.
What do you think, Jim? You're muted. You're still muted.
Jim, go down to the bottom left of
Yeah,
your
I've
screen.
unmuted.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, Sarah.
That's okay. Is this a hyphen or is it all one word?
I'd say it's one word, but that's up to, I'd say one word.
Okay, let's go with one word. Postprandial. POSTPRANDIAL. Postprandial.
That is correct. That is correct. Good job. By the way, even though hyphens are really critical sometimes in spelling and for punctuation particularly, we're going to go by a regular spelling bee rule that you don't have to worry about hyphens or even capitalizations, things like that. Okay. Thanks. So not hyphenated, by the way, that is one word. We're moving on to page 7 and we're back to Booksmart and we'll be at 340, top of the page 7. Nonage. The pieces that Mozart wrote in his Nonage demonstrate an understanding of music that few adults ever attain. Nonage.
Can I see that again?
Nonage.
Sarah?
We all got that question mark in there too.
Okay. Nonage. N-O-N-N-A-G-E. Nonage.
I'm sorry, it's not a double N in there. It's a single N in the middle. N-O-N-A-G-E. Correct, nonage. A period of youth, childhood, or infancy, such as Mozart's Genius Youth, nonage. Canandaigua Academy Key Club Booksmart. Thanks a lot so much. You could either check out or you can mute. There is half a chance that you're still going to be alive. If both the teams miss their words right now, you'll still be alive, okay? We're going to B plus and second word down, 341. Irisory. The Irisory critic wrote a scathing review of the horror movie, Irisory.
Laura, I can't see you.
That's because I didn't hold anything up yet. Leah, you and I both have a double R, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going with Leah on this one because she's so smart. All right, Irisory. I-R-R-I-S-O-R-Y. Irisory.
You've got it correct, B plus. Congratulations. Sorry, Booksmart, that does knock you out. Let's go down the page to 344 for Penn Library. Agora. While shopping in the Agora, the Athenians gossiped about the latest government scandals. Agora.
We were on the same page.
Agora. A-G-O-R-A. Agora.
That is correct. You survived, so we continue on and we'll be back to B plus here for our next word. Going to page 10, Sonia, at the bottom, 343. Ready? Assuasive. The background music in the dentist's office did not have an assuasive effect on Stella. Assuasive.
Not very sure.
I think Leah and I are in agreement. Can I just have the definition just to be sure?
Assuasive. Having a pleasantly soothing quality or effect, or calming. Assuasive.
Okay. Assuasive. A-S-S-U-A-S-I-V-E. Assuasive.
That is correct. Very calming. Calmly took that one. All right, we're going to move to page 13. And number 359, Sonia. Let's see. Dewey Decimators are up, sorry. Tetragonal. Mr. Owusu informed the class that squares, rectangles, and diamonds are all tetragonal. Tetragonal.
We have the origin.
The origin of tetragonal is Latin, which formed it from Greek. So the very base from Greek and then mostly used as a Latin word. Tetragonal.
Well, we're both in agreement. Tetragonal, Titragonal, tetragonal.
I'm sorry, the second letter is not an E, it's an I. I mean, sorry, it's not an I, it is an E.
Oh.
Petra. Oh.
Tetragonal is Tetragonal. And that puts B plus into the championship round because of missing that word in the same series as B plus got theirs. So B plus, you have moved to the championship round, and that concludes our round one. And that leaves us at about 1:30. So we'll have some extra time. If anyone wants to spell some more, I guess we could do that. I don't know. I'll let the operators decide what's
Want
the
to see
best.
Agora in the original Greek?
Yeah, really.
So B
Nice
plus,
meeting you, Sarah.
B plus, congratulations. We'll see you at the big round at 4 o'clock.
Woo!
Thank you all so
Yes,
much.
Thanks,
congratulations. Have
And-
fun.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, man.
Well, while people are still on, how does everyone think it went?
Surprisingly smoothly. Like,
It
Yeah,
went smoothly enough. Plus,
Yeah,
I think the acoustics are much better now than they have been at wherever we were.
At the high school,
the
Geneva
high
High
school,
School, the
right.
acoustics were not good.
Right. Frequently, it was harder to understand Andy than it is today.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks so much for being here. And B plus, we'll see you back here at 4 o'clock.
Wow.
Hey,
Congrats.
Leah, I have one more question for you. Could you write out spelling bee in Greek? Well,
okay. I mean, sure.
she's one of the few people I've ever known who would say, "Oh, sure, yeah, I can do that."
Leah is our secret weapon because she knows Greek.
Well, I'm gonna use the English spelling because it's not. I only did one Greek thing. Instead of NG, I did double G, double gamma. But
All right, Donna, you got that? We're going to be using that next year.
what I can do is I can actually give you what it would have been in the Greek in a couple of minutes. So, but anyhow. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. We'll take a break, I guess, until 2 o'clock for round 2.
Right.
Have fun. See you later.
Okay, thanks.
See you guys
We'll
later.
a little
Thanks,
bit
everyone.
before. Okay, super. So this is just us guys.
Yes, although we are being streamed, so who knows who else is there. So hello to the streaming world. Thanks for supporting us. So what were you going to ask, Marilyn?
I was just going to ask to see if there was any feedback.
I can just tell you that JJ's watching the stream and she said it's coming along, feels very smooth and like it's working well.
Super. Okay,
Yes,
I
great.
am going to put up the next PowerPoint screen slide.
Great. All right, shall we just plan to see everybody back here at 1:45? Take a 15-minute break?
Okay.
All right, see you then. Welcome, Jim. Welcome, Jim.
Hello, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Okay,
Thanks for being here.
no problem.
Oh, I can see you. You can't see me, I don't think, but I can see you, so that's wonderful. You're the first competitor for round 2 to join, so we have a little bit of waiting time.
Not a problem. I just wanted to make sure that I had it so that there wouldn't be.
Oh, I get it. I get it. And you're with the FLCC team, so I'm going to suggest that you change your name on your Zoom name to Spellibrate dash Jim or James, whatever you go by.
Okay, I can do that.
That'll help our announcer and our judges.
In the grouping, I would assume.
Actually, I can do that, Jim. We're going to go with FLCC. It's a little bit shorter.
Oh,
Celebrate.
No worries. Are you gonna do it then?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thanks.
That saves me
Perfect.
to try to remember how to do it.
Great.
I wouldn't want to spell FLCC wrong. That would be embarrassing.
It would be. You're right. That would be like getting out before the first round.
Exactly. There's an episode of MASH where Klinger begs them to help him with one question on his entrance exam to West Point, and they tell him he spelled his name wrong.
So you'll be well, you probably already know this, in round 2 with the Finger Lakes Winemakers team and Canandaigua National Bank.
Okay.
And Jim, did you get to watch the live stream for the first round?
Yes, we watched it while we Zoomed and watched the stream at the same time, so we could kind of practice a little bit and get the feel for it.
Oh, smart.
So it
So you
worked
know-
well. It seemed to work well. We could understand everything, so that was
Good. So you know who your competitors will be if you make it to the final round.
correct.
Awesome.
Now, I voted for the name Spellin' Ready, like the singer, but I lost.
Next year. That's cute. I like it.
Hopefully the Canandaigua wine people have partaken a little bit today, and they'll give us an edge. I think doesn't Andy do the school spelling bees as well? Because my daughter did the elementary school bee or the year before last, and I think I remember him being there. I thought it was him that did it.
He used to do them. I don't know if he still does. When he comes back, we'll have to ask him.
Pretty sure I recognize his voice.
Yeah.
Here I am. I'm back.
Yay. So Andy, do you still do the spelling bee for the school district?
No, they retired me. They stuck me out in the on the 50-yard line, and they don't let me do anything anymore. Actually, the first year I was retired, I did do it, and then of course we didn't. We ended up not holding one last year, I don't think, or else maybe they went ahead and did it. And I'm not sure. I was talking a couple of weeks ago. I was talking to my successor in the job, and she said they were going to try to pull it off. So I'm not quite sure, but I haven't been asked, and I don't know. That's a little. It's really fun, but these are a little stressful. So maybe I'll skip it.
You did do it a couple years ago, though, didn't you?
Oh, I did it for like 10 or 15 years in a row.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure my daughter was in it the year before last, and I was pretty sure I remember you.
Oh yeah, yeah. That would have been probably the last one I did. So It's a good event. It was started by Frida O'Hanlon, used to be on the Board of Education, and she had one of her kids was a good speller anyway, but she said, there's nothing that can get our kids around the Canandaigua region into the National Spelling Bee. And so she said, how do we do that? And they found out that you have to kind of join at the local level, and as soon as you do a sort of a certified spelling bee with the Scripps-Howard list of words, they'll let you in. So they started it back in late 60s, I think.
Oh, wow.
And had a spelling bee since. And we've had some kids who've made it to the nationals. They've never made it to the television portion, but they've made it to the nationals, and that's quite an accomplishment.
That's pretty
You
awesome.
have to win the regional at the Hobart and William Smith to be able to get there, and that is I think the regional brings in like 18 or maybe over 20 different school districts from the Wayne Finger Lakes overall grand region. So, but then you get down to the nationals, and I think the words are, it's firstly a written exam. We've had a few kids get through that, and then when they went to oral, I think as my memory serves, the longest survivor was like 3 or 4 words into oral. And of course, that's still short of the televised finals where the words are just, from Mars.
Right.
It's crazy. So, are you a Buccos fan? And see a Pirate hat?
Yes. Despite the fact that they keep selling off all the talent. Yes.
It's tough to be a Pirate fan after that one or two runs, and they just get rid of everybody. It's a bummer.
Yeah.
But I'm a Mets fan going all the way back. So
I used to root for the Yankees and the Mets back in the day. I
Yeah.
remember the teams in the late 80s with the Mets, especially the early to late 80s. The Yankees, I just can't root for anymore because they just spend too much money. It's just not, I don't.
Yeah, my dad was a Brooklyn Dodger. He grew up in Brooklyn, was a Dodger fan, and so he has genetically installed hatred for the Yankees in me. And then he ditched the Dodgers when they ran away from everybody in Brooklyn, and they were pretty mad. So he never became a LA Dodger fan. And when the Mets were born, he adopted them as the Giants. He was never a Giants fan either, because they were the National League rival for all those years, and they ditched New York City as well. So
right.
So, but we've been to the Pirates Stadium a few times to see the Mets games at Pittsburgh, and it's just one of the. I mean, I haven't been to a lot of stadiums, but it's a great place to watch a game. It's just beautiful.
Park. It really is.
It really is.
The location on the water too is.
Yeah. Just beautiful. And the P in the black hat with the gold P is classic, no question. And I guess being a Mets fan, I was a Kiner fan because he did the play-by-play on television
All those years. And
partially
WOR,
for all
right?
those years.
Was it WOR?
Yeah. And the Kiner's Corner program, which was a great after. It was a great post-game show because he would have players from the team that won, and the Mets were usually bad in the 60s. And when I was a young kid, I was getting interviews with Henry Aaron and Willie McCovey and Willie Mays and Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell and all those people who were great players, and you actually got to hear them and then get interviewed by a guy who really knew about hitting. Ralph Kiner was a great power hitter himself, and he had lots of stories, and it was just made baseball really more fun for me because it wasn't just only the Mets, and it wasn't an interview where you were unhappy they lost, but the interview was very positive about baseball and about how good these guys were. So it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that.
I remember him, and I remember Kiner's Corner, but I didn't realize. I don't think I ever watched it to the extent you did, so I didn't realize he had done that. That's very cool.
It didn't matter who won the game. They would have the stars of the game on.
That's awesome.
Who agreed to come on, and mostly they did. And of course, because the Mets stunk, you almost always saw the opposition team.
Right.
If they had a show where it happened only when the Mets won, they'd only have about 30 or 40 shows a year. So
Well, I predict everyone will be coming on soon.
yeah, I know it's starting to close in here.
Yeah.
Is Sonia on by any chance? Or?
I believe she is.
I just wanted to make sure she was able to follow it. I sometimes I can't remember whether I gave directions as to what word I was looking at.
Maybe she's taking her break.
Yeah.
Andy, I think that you did every time.
That's what I thought too, Liz.
Okay, good.
I third that. You did.
That round went a little faster than I thought. So
That always happens when I share his.
All right, people are starting to arrive.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, Mike.
I know I need to figure out how to change that.
Marilyn's going to change it for you, okay, Denise?
Okay.
She's on it.
I should make Mike spell.
That's right. Next year.
Oh yeah, is Matt on here?
the pronunciation of Jonathan Kaiser
Yes, correct.
has lost. Is that correct, Jim?
Kaiser.
Kaiser. Okay, thanks.
So I'm assuming because you're putting like our group names in front, that'll put us in the same area so we can see each other on screen. Am I guessing that correctly?
Sorry, say that again, Jim.
I'm assuming because like you're putting FLCC in front of our names, we should wind up being alphabetically grouped together so we can see each other holding our boards up, or so we can communicate. Is that how this will work?
We're hoping it'll identify you for the judge and the announcer and the timekeeper, but that may have also the added benefit of grouping you together. I'm not sure.
Okay. Because do we need to switch to gallery view or something?
Marilyn Cushman, our co-host, does try to rearrange you, but I'm not sure if everybody can see it or not.
Okay.
So she'll try to group you together.
Well, whatever you did in the first round, it obviously worked because they could see each other. So my teammates are asking me. So
okay, great. Let us know if that's not the case.
Okay, thank you.
And I do want to remind the CN Bank team that you have a free word pass.
Very exciting.
All right, we're getting there.
Okay, can you guys hear me yet? I'm Tracy.
Hi, Tracy, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting there.
All right, I'm trying to figure out which,
Can you guys hear me yet? I'm
which,
Tracy.
which screen I want to be on
Hi,
here.
Tracy, we can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting there.
All right, I'm trying to figure out which,
You guys hear me yet? I'm
which,
Tracy.
which screen I want to be on
Hi,
here.
Tracy, we can hear you.
I don't know why it keeps repeating. I only said that once.
All right, I'm trying to figure out which
screen I want to be on
Hi,
here.
Tracy, we can hear you.
I don't know why it keeps repeating. I only said that once.
All right, I'm trying to figure out which screen I want to
Watching it on YouTube at the same time, it might be filtering through your microphone into your speakers.
Is that it?
Watching it on YouTube at the same time, it might be filtering through your microphone into your speakers. That's what it sounds like it is, because it sounds like the delay for the feed to go up to YouTube.
Okay, is it better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
You were on the old 7-second delay.
Yeah, I guess. Which would not bode well for this.
For the sensor board, right?
I think we're waiting on Peter B. Kraft, and we will be ready to go.
I'm only seeing the, for my main screen, the Scrabble tiles that say adult spelling bee, and then, is that what I'm supposed to be seeing right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Okay.
be shifting away from that shortly.
All right. As long as I'm in the right spot.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes.
Oh, there's Peter.
Yeah, I'm here. All right, so we're not getting any feedback issues, so maybe I'll just call back to the laptop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are. Peter, mute yourself on there.
My cat's been in the closet sleeping all morning, and now he wants attention.
Yeah, I'm giving Oak a little attention right now so he doesn't bother me during the bee.
Mine will probably be just around my feet the entire time because, you know, he's like a toddler. He knows, they know when to. Well, come here.
Especially cats. They really know exactly. Their timing is always perfect.
They do. If I give him 5 minutes right now.
So what do you think? Are we ready? Do we have everybody?
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, maybe everyone should unmute and make sure that we can hear you. Okay. And then you can remute as long as you're comfortable.
Celebrate FLCC. This is Jonathan. Can you hear me?
Good.
Great.
This is Jim.
This is Tracy, also FLCC. And last but not least,
Oh, this is Jim. They heard a lot of me already. They're sick.
Sheila, Team CNBs.
This is Jenna, Team CNBs.
Are we set? Everybody get a chance to make sure we can hear you?
I think so.
All right. So on behalf of Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates, I would like to welcome you to our 19th annual Spelling Bee. 19 years. Whoa. And this year, our first virtual Spelling Bee. Literacy is such an important part of our lives, and most of us take it for granted. LVOY is here to support the learners of adult literacy, to help them be strong advocates for their lives. And we use this fundraiser to support this cause. And thank each and every one of you, from our Spelling Bee teams to our sponsors, to our volunteers, and to those who helped organize this event. Thank you so much. And Liz, you're on.
Thanks, Mary Ellen.
Yep.
So the Spelling Bee is our longest running and consistently most successful fundraiser. Every successful bee helps LVOY to serve more learners and transform more lives through literacy. So I want to thank all of you who are participating today and our event sponsors. All of them are listed in the bee program, which you should have received via email. And I'd like to give a very special thank you to our premier sponsors today, Darling's Tree Farm and Wegmans, as well as our Queen Bee sponsors, Canandaigua National Bank and CDGA Coffee Company. So thanks to them, and good luck to all of you this afternoon.
Thank you, Liz. And now we'd like to make sure that we let you know all of these great people that are going to be helping you with this bee this afternoon in round two. First of all, we have our announcer, Andy Thomas, who's been with us for quite a while. And he's much more than an announcer. He makes the show, and we really appreciate him so much. Our judges are Sonia Brooks and Bess Oliver. Timekeepers, George Cushman and Liz Searle. And a B team of Donna Cotter, Marilyn Cushman, and myself. And our technician, Haywood Phillips. Thank you so much to all of you for organizing and being involved in this and making it work. I think we're ready, Andy.
All right, I'm ready too. Let's get to it. Welcome everybody. Welcome spellers to round two of the 2021 Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates Spelling Bee. Before we actually get you under that pressure, that difficult, awful pressure of spelling words correctly with all thousands of people watching you. No, don't worry about all that. Before we start, I just want to remind those thousands of people why LVOY is so important to its clients and why it's so important for us to support it and why we're so grateful that you're here and supporting it. Here are some general facts about literacy, and this will really make it obvious why it matters. 70% of adult welfare recipients have low literacy levels. It's correlated. Of adults with the lowest literacy levels, 43% of them live in poverty. Children of parents with low literacy skills have a 72% chance of being at the lowest reading levels themselves. So they start with a deficit, which is really hard to climb out of, especially after they get beyond second or third grade. And low literacy costs the United States likely at least $225 billion each year in non-productivity in the workforce because of crime and because of loss of tax revenue due to unemployment. So if you can fix literacy, pull people into being literate and understanding the language enough to operate well in our society, they're all going to do better. We're all going to do better. Coming out of the pandemic, many jobs are not really going to come back in their present form. They're going to change. They're going to be different. And I think there's going to be a true test as we come out of the pandemic for the idea that literacy is going to matter even more. Those skills will be one of the most critical tools for many people to capture that job in the post-pandemic recovery that we anticipate. Literacy Volunteers is a doorway out of poverty for many of our most needy residents. At the end of this, I'll be talking about several success stories that we have encountered in 2020 despite the pandemic, and some proof that Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates makes the difference for people. So thank you for supporting LVOY, and thank you for being here at our Spelling Bee. On to round two. Introducing the teams for round two. Team one, representing Finger Lakes winemakers from Fox Run Vineyards, Anthony Road Wine Company, and Keuka Spring Vineyards, all wonderful wineries. And looking around, I don't have a glass right now, but I'm planning to have a couple at the end of this. We have the team which calls themselves At Least We Can Spell Riesling, and that is Peter Beecraft, Peter Bell, and August Daimel. Team two, representing Canandaigua National Bank and Trust Company, it's the CNBs. That's Denise Hildreth, Jenna Turetsky, and Sheila Green. And this team has something special. They, for the low price of about $100,000 extra that we charged them, bought a free pass. And that means if they want to toss it in, they can wait until they get a word that's really difficult. And if they don't think they can spell it, they can use their free get out of jail, get out of that word pass. So they get it once, it can only be used once, and but it might be a critical one. So they have that, and that's a little advantage for the CNBs. Team three in round two is representing Finger Lakes Community College. They call themselves Spell-A-Brate, FLCC. And that's Jonathan Kaiser, Tracy Coffey, and Jim Perry. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here. Rules and procedures, we are going to start with a practice round. You can't be knocked out during the practice round. It's just to kind of get your systems together. One of your systems may be how are you going to communicate, for how are you going to figure out this word. A couple of ways: you can talk, obviously, but you can also write it down on a piece of paper, hold it up to the screen. That worked well for a couple of teams in round one. One thing we don't want you to do is chat on the Zoom feature or use your phone text, because we found out that'll be cheating because it has autocorrect features. And you can assume that autocorrect would correctly spell the word. And either way, you might have a problem, but we don't want you to do that because obviously that's kind of unfair. When I will say the word, I will use it in a sentence, and then I'll say the word again. And we want you as the speller for each team to say the word before you start spelling. Say the word so that we know that you've gotten it correctly, and then spell the word. And then at the end of your spelling, say the word again so we know you have finished spelling. One important thing to keep in mind that will maybe keep you from rushing too much: once you have laid down letters in the wrong order, you can't change them. You can't go back and say, whoops, oh, hold it, I'm only halfway through, I want to back up and change. No go. If you stop halfway through and you haven't actually made a mistake, say your word is dog, and you go D-O, and then you kind of zone out and forget, and you want to start all over again, you want to stop, say dog, and then start over again. Because you said D and O, you're still okay. If you had said DG, you would have been cooked. Okay, so don't rush into it. Make sure you say the word, then spell the word, say the word again to finish. As I mentioned, I'll use it in a sentence. You can ask for word origin. You can ask for definition of the word, and also a part of speech. I'll have all that information if it helps you figure it out. Sometimes it does. you want to enunciate clearly, I will try to do the same. So don't be afraid to ask me to repeat the word if you didn't catch it. Okay, that's not a problem. We'll give you 60 seconds to figure out the spelling before we will force you to guess. Okay, so, and that's generally long enough. And generally we're also not super hard on and fast, but we'll try to push it along so we don't exceed our hour length for this round. Another thing I noticed on the first round was that because some of us are on camera, we want to make sure we don't respond visually to anyone holding up the letters to their teammates, just so that there are not any clues given. Don't wrinkle your brow or purse your lips, which I think I did a couple of times. So sorry about that. Also, please don't Google the word in the meantime, because that's cheating too. And I think that's probably about it. If you, again, don't be afraid to ask for me to say the word again, if need be. When you are eliminated, we ask you to mute yourselves so that you don't distract anybody else if you get knocked out. But realize that if you're, say, going first in the round and you miss, it is possible that you'll stay alive if the other two teams miss in the same round. So if everyone misses in the same round, everyone's alive. That rarely happens, but it could. Okay, so don't bail out on us immediately, but once you're eliminated, you could either jump right off of the Zoom, or you can just mute and watch the rest of the round. We welcome that. I think that's it for our rules and regulations. Again, we're going to start with a practice word so that you won't be eliminated. Even if you miss this, it'll kind of give you a chance to work out your systems just a little bit. And I've chosen sentences that are the last lines of novels. You know, a lot of times we'll use the first line of a novel, it becomes famous. And I'm going to use the last line of novels for your practice sentence. So our first team up is team one here in this round. Make sure I get this. I just covered you up, actually. Hold on a second. Let me get this right. Okay. Sorry. At least we can spell Riesling. The Rieslingers will go first on the draw. And let's go to your practice word and sentence. Ready? Here we go. Beautiful. Thibaut was sure there had never been such beautiful women, and the beautiful women came to them and held out their arms. Beautiful.
All right there. You can hear me, right?
We're good.
Yeah. I guess so. Beautiful. B-E-A-U-T-I-F-U-L. Beautiful.
That is correct. You're breaking up video-wise just a little bit. I'm not sure if we can do anything about that, but your sound seemed to come through okay, but your video is choppy. So I'm not sure if we can watch out for that.
Potentially, maybe we'll switch. Maybe we'll switch our word person if that's the issue.
Yeah, I think
I'm not sure if I can do much.
I think we could do that. That'd be fine. We'll move on to our next team and our practice round while you kind of work that out. By the way, that was the last sentence of the novel Bel Canto from Anne Patchett. Team two is the CNBs, representing Canandaigua National Bank. Here's your practice one. I went to not a novel here for this sentence. The word is him. Listen though. But look for Christ and you will find him. And with him, everything else thrown in. Him. Okay, CNBs, you should be up. You're all muted right now.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Him, H-Y-M-N, him.
I tricked you. Actually, that's incorrect. And it's him, H-I-M with the capital H for the Lord. But you can't get knocked out during a practice round. So, and that's why you got to think of that context. And if you are doubtful at all, ask for a definition or anything like that, and we can get that right. That's the last line of the book, which is a combination of essays by C.S. Lewis called Mere Christianity, actually. Okay. Team 3 is the Finger Lakes College team. Spellibrate, FLCC. Ready for your practice word? Here we go. Primroses. Hazel followed, and together they slipped away, running easily down through the wood, where the first primroses were beginning to bloom. Primroses.
Okay, primroses. P-R-I-M-R-O-S-E-S. Primroses.
That is correct. That sentence is the last line of Watership Down by Richard Adams. Okay, so everyone's, I think, ready to rumble here for our second round, and we'll get to the real stuff now. So pay attention, you can be knocked out. Be careful out there. Sonia, we're going to go to page 2 on our spelling bee list and the top word 308. And we'll start with the Rieslingers. Are you ready, guys? Okay. By the way, you're muted right now down there. Let's see. You're all muted right now, so that's not anything to worry about until you're ready to spell. Okay. Here we go. Mariner. Rosa expected the mariner who took her family fishing to be ancient and to have a long gray beard. Mariner.
Mariner. M-A-R-I-N-E-R. Mariner.
That is correct. Out on the sea. All right. We're going to the CNBs for the next word down on page number 309. Wheelwright. In the days of the horse and buggy, the wheelwright had an essential job to do. Wheelwright. Sheila, it looks like that's off camera, so you got to move slightly. Yep, okay.
Okay, we're ready. Wheelwright. W-H-E-E-L-R-I-G-H-T. Wheelwright.
I hate to do this to you, CNBs, but you missed a W in the middle. It's a tricky word. It's wheelwright with a W in the middle. W-H-E-E-L-W-R-I-G-H-T. Wheelwright. A person whose occupation is to make or repair circular frames of metal, wood, and other hard material to use as wheels. So CNBs, you are going to be knocked out because of the Rieslingers already having spelled one word correctly, but the FLCCers, you got to hang in here right now. All right, so we'll go to the next word down the page, 310 for FLCC, and these are the spellibrators. Applicable. The teacher told June that while her story about finding $1 on the playground was compelling, it wasn't applicable to their lesson on John F. Kennedy. Applicable.
Okay, applicable. A-P-P-L-I-C-A-B-L-E. applicable.
That is correct. All right. We're going to move back on to the Rieslingers and go to page 5, Sonia, top of the page, 327. Consciousness. With a sort of sneering consciousness, Tyler admitted that he had nothing to say that would be entertaining to anyone. Consciousness.
Sorry, that took a moment. We're still working out our system.
You guys know how to make wine, but your tech ability is
Yeah, tech, not really our thing. Not really our thing. All right. So, consciousness. Hold on.
There you go. Oh.
All right. Okay. Consciousness. C O N S C I O U S N E S S.
Okay, I think you got that right, though you doubled every letter for some reason. Yeah, the feedback's going to be a little tricky. I think maybe it's from the YouTube feed, not sure, but consciousness is correct. All right, we're back to the Spellabrators, and we'll have the next word down on that page 328, Sonia. Agricultural. Tina's report on agricultural disasters began with a discussion of the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. Agricultural.
Okay, agricultural. AGRICULTURAL. Agricultural.
Correct. Okay, we're going to go back to the Rieslingers and see.
Andy, can I interrupt? Does CN Bank get to use their free word pass?
Oh, I think that would actually be a good thing if we did that. I forgot you had one, but of course you didn't bring it up beforehand. So it's up to the powers that are at Literacy Volunteers. So Donna, you make the judgment.
Judge?
I'm good with it.
Yeah, okay. Andy, if you're good, Sonia, Judge, are you good?
So Spellabrators and Rieslingers, you're just going to have to put up with the general unfairness of life, okay? All right, CNBs will put you back in. How about that? But you have to give up your card. You won't be able to use it later. All right?
Fair enough.
So let your nerves settle just a little. And we'll give you a word here, but then we're going to go back to the normal rotation. So after you get your word here, we'll go back to the Rieslingers for their next word. Okay? So CNBs, you're up. And here's your word. Something that sort of became part of the consciousness of the nation recently, again. Secession. The history teacher explained that the South's secession from the United States was not solely an issue regarding slavery. Secession. It's a big move to leave a country, so it takes a while to determine what your answer should be.
That's time as well.
We had to come to consensus. Okay. Secession. CESSION. Secession.
I think you missed that. Sonia, did I hear that correctly as a miss?
I heard it as a miss also.
Yep. You started with a C, I believe, and it does not start with a C-E-S. Secession is S at the beginning. S-E-C-E-S-S-I-O-N. Secession. Sorry.
Thank you.
But this time we have to knock you out, I guess. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for your support of LVOY for sure.
Thank you.
Go back to the Rieslingers, and we'll move down to 331, Sonia, and still on page 5. Plethora. The jury retired to her chambers. Consider the plethora of evidence presented in court. Plethora.
Plethora. P-L-E-T-H-O-R-A. Plethora.
I think that's correct. Could you maybe turn up your volume on your mic? I need it higher to make sure I can hear it. Can you get any higher? Okay.
Maybe. I'll try. I have no
Yeah.
earthly idea how to do that. But like,
or else maybe lean in a little tighter there. So sorry.
I can
okay.
lean in. That I can do.
All right. Let's go to the Spellbrate FLC, and we're going to go to page 8, number 351. Quadruped. Sally's apartment lease restricts the weight of any quadruped pets. Quadruped.
I'm going out on a limb. I'm going with my own here. Sorry, guys. Quadruped. Q-U-A-D-R-I-P-E-D. Quadruped.
You just broke that limb off, Tracy.
Oh,
yeah. It's
sorry.
the other way around.
It was A-P-E-D, wasn't it?
It is a U there in the middle there. Q-U-A-D-R-U-P-E-D, just like the other two guys had it, I believe. Though that won't live on. Oh, yeah,
oh yeah.
You did have A's, yeah. Sorry, it's quadruped in the way it looks spelling. having 4 feet, using 4 limbs when walking, quadruped. And that makes the Rieslingers the winner of round 2, believe it or not. So we want you to kind of try to solve your technical difficulties in between, but we invite you back for the championship round. Which,
We will work at it. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's a lot better right there. Yeah,
Brilliant.
A lot better. So we'll championship rounds due at 4 o'clock, and right now we'll have another approximate half-hour break before the round 3, which begins at 3 o'clock, so that everyone chimes in at the correct time. Everyone who participated, thank you very much. Sorry we kind of bumped you off a little quick there, but this is fun. And we'll see the Rieslingers at 4. The rest of you, thanks a lot for your support of Literacy Volunteers.
Congratulations.
Great job, teams.
Thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
We'll see you at 4.
Thanks, everyone. That was fun.
I'm gonna sign, this is Sonia. I'm gonna sign off now since I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sonia.
Okay, I didn't have to do anything. Andy had it all under control.
Thanks a lot, Sonia. I wasn't sure on that secession, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we all get to take a teeny break. Anyone there? Hi, Bess. Hello, Bess.
Hi.
Hi, this is great. So the first 2 rounds were wonderful. And now we're just having a little break.
Okay.
And people will start coming back and coming on, and it should be great.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
I've been watching on YouTube.
Oh, you have? Oh, that's great. Excellent.
Yes.
So great. And I know that Sonia left, so I'm really glad you're here. So we've got ourselves a judge.
Yes.
Great.
So let's see. From the first round, we've got HWS, and then second round was who was the second round?
Oh, the second round was At Least We Can Spell Riesling.
Ah, yes. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. Yep. So they'll be in the final round along with either Canandaigua Rotary, Keuka College, or Wood Library.
Perfect.
Yeah. Fun. So most everyone's taking a break right now, but I think people will be back soon.
Okay.
So do you have your backdrop again?
I do. Should I be camera on or off? I know it was off.
You probably will be camera off for most of it.
Okay.
That's what Sonia did. You can do either.
Okay.
And I think people will start coming on pretty soon. And Bess, don't you love the backdrop?
I do. I saw that on YouTube. It looks great.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love what you did with the poster and then what Liz did with the welcome slides. They're
Yeah,
great.
the slides look really good.
Yeah. It's so sunny out. Hello, Judy. Hello, Judy. Welcome. Judy, are you there? Welcome, Judy.
Who is it?
Oh, it's
Hi.
Donna Cotter from Literacy Volunteers. Hi.
I'm a little early. I just wanted to make sure I knew how to change my name.
You know, that's absolutely great. We're welcome to have you. We're very happy to have you.
It's been a long time since I've done a spelling bee.
Well, this is a pretty great group and a very casual group, so no pressure.
Okay, that's fine.
You're just supposed to have fun.
Good. I can manage that. How's it going today?
I think so far so good.
Good.
Yeah, it's been nice. If you make it to the final round, you'll be playing against Hobart William Smith faculty and staff and the Finger Lakes winemakers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Formidable.
Yep.
Formidable.
Some great spellers for sure.
Good. Good. I hope we're up to the task. I'm new to Rotary. I don't know if you know that, but this is my first Rotary gig.
Well, cool.
Yeah.
We're just in the phase where we'll be letting people in.
Okay, I didn't turn video on yet.
And you can anytime. We have a welcome screen up, so we probably wouldn't see you until that gets taken down, but
I see welcome 19th Annual Adult Spelling Bee.
that's right. And first annual remote spelling bee.
There you go.
Yeah. So thanks for supporting it.
We will adapt, won't we?
Mm-hmm. And George, I see that you're here. You're on. Welcome.
Thank you. I am here, ready to support Andy with the timing.
Great. I'm not even sure if Andy's back yet because he's taking a break between rounds. So far, I'll just recap. He's back. I was just sharing, Andy, that both of the rounds took about a half an hour this year.
Yeah, a little surprising on some early eliminations, I think, and with 3 teams that can happen faster too, I guess. Too.
Yeah.
I felt a little guilty on CMB's thing. That was a good idea, giving them another shot, and then they didn't take advantage of it. But I should have thought of that myself. So I'm glad you jumped in.
Oh, good. I'm glad too. Hey, we're a team. It takes a village.
Okay.
And just so you know, Andy, Judy Ratcliffe from the Canandaigua Rotary team is on the call, and George Cushman is here as the timekeeper. And Bess is here. So Bess and George, do you guys want to maybe maybe let everybody see you when Mary Ellen does the introductions? People can see your faces, and then you can switch back to your other screen. Would that work for you?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Well,
There you are.
I'm wearing my pajamas, so
I'm not afraid to be seen.
I bet we wouldn't even know.
But now we do.
Yeah. I bet he's not even telling us the truth.
I bet you're right.
But we will probably never really know. Well, now I know what you look like, Judy, because you just came on the little welcome screen, so that's good.
Thank you. That's me.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, I hope the third round works as well as the first 2. It's been a real pleasure, and it's been quite fun. So I think this Zooming concept for the B works really well.
Yeah, we had a little feedback from if you kind of like if you're listening to the radio while you call into a talk show, the YouTube feed when someone had it on while they were actually had their mic on, then we were getting some feedback on a 7-second delay, and then I'm not quite sure what was going on with the Rieslingers had a little technical trouble with their audio too, but generally pretty good. I tried that one on my gallery instead of who's talking because what happened was when I'm reading the next word, the only person who's still on screen when I have it on speaker is the person who just finished spelling, and they're just kind of watching, and then that was a little strange. So, but overall, I like it. Yeah.
Andy, I think people are going to be starting to come on soon, and I just want to ask you if can you make sure that people know to mute or get rid of their YouTube so that there's not that competition going?
Okay, I'll try to mention that. Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, Janet. Welcome.
Oh, you put me in already.
Yeah, Marilyn did that. That's funny. You guys are crazy.
Yes, we are.
It looks like we have Crazy Judy and Crazy Janet.
And you'll have Crazy Robin.
Yep. Well, you guys are the first two to arrive.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On round 2, why didn't the FLCC get to get a free pass?
Free passes went to the first 3 teams who had completely filled out registration with payment. And that's part of the invitation. Everybody sort of knows that if you get your registration in right away with payment, with full payment, there are 3 free word passes.
Okay.
Yeah. So next year you could have a free word pass.
Okay. That means we don't have one right now.
No, and actually, interestingly, Keuka College and Wood Library do.
Oh, and that's who we're up against. Great.
Yeah.
How does that pass work, if you don't mind?
Oh, how does the pass work?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm letting some people in.
Never mind. I can find out later.
Okay.
We don't have one anyway.
We don't have one, so it's moot.
I'm just learning.
I'll let you know. You're supposed to, if you are confused by a word and you're afraid that you're going to misspell it and you have a free pass, it's like a get out of jail thing. You can
Got it.
you can
Okay. Got it.
put that in and then you'll get a new word.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
And you kind of have to remember you have it too.
Trust
So
me, if I knew we had one, we would make sure we would use it.
You can't use it after misspelling a word, really. You know, you're supposed to use it before you actually misspell a word. You can't miss a word and then say, "Oh, I've got a free pass."
Oh, yeah, well, but the CNBs did that.
We allowed them because it was their first word and we were feeling generous there. And we should, maybe that would, I hate to have people get bumped on the first word, but there aren't too many wheelwrights left out there anymore, so we're not using that word a whole lot.
I was playing along. I did get that one right.
Yeah, it's one of those.
But I screwed up on the last word.
It's kind of like copyright, right? Yeah. when you
No.
think, I know it doesn't have a W. It's the opposite. So it's like that weird inconsistency of English.
All right, I guess I'll put my game away. It's a nice day out.
Beautiful.
Beautiful today, yeah. Donna was hoping it was going to be a blizzard today so that we'd feel even better about being online.
You're absolutely right about that. I thought everyone would say, oh, I'm so glad I didn't have to get in my car and drive to Geneva.
I am happy that I didn't have to get in my car and drive to Geneva.
Me too. All right, I'm letting in Crazy Robin.
All right.
She must have been paying attention since she showed up as Crazy Robin.
Well, the instructions were pretty clear.
Oh, nobody's been doing it.
I just didn't have a chance. I was ready to change it. And by the time I looked up to change it, it was already changed.
That's good. That's Marilyn. She's very efficient.
She's been very good about sending out info. So
I agree.
Thank you, Marilyn.
I'm going to write that in the chat just for fun.
She can see it.
Yep.
I mean, I see she's there. Hey, Rob. Hi.
Hi, Robin. Haven't met you yet.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, good. Somebody moved us out of the same screen.
I think that was Marilyn, as you can imagine.
She's really good.
Yeah. Yes, she is. All right, I think we're just waiting on the Wood Library team, and we'll be good to go. And here comes one of them.
Is Jenny playing with them?
Yep, I believe she is. Yep. Yep, Jenny, Leslie, and Jill. Oh, there she is. Oh, so Leslie, you're already here. Oh, no, you just came in. Yeah.
No, I don't see Jenny.
No, but she will be here.
Oh, okay.
She's just not here yet.
So Andy, were there any other scientifics here? I know Sonia was judging last session.
Well, we got Janet.
And Robin.
And Robin.
And you.
They're two crazies. I think that's it. We should invite everyone to join.
There you go. Yeah, the Canandaigua should have had a team. All those scientific people, they should be able to spell.
I know. I think so. Yeah.
And he's here.
That's Janet. You're on.
I'm turning
you're
it down.
representing Rotary here, technically, right? So but
Yes.
Is that better?
You could be on like 4 teams. You know?
I think only 2. I have my Rotary pin on just so you can see. Hi, Jen.
I believe we're all here.
Sounds good. Okay, we want to welcome you, round 3 teams, on behalf of Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates, to our 19th annual spelling bee, and this year our first virtual spelling bee. Literacy is such an important part of our lives, and most of us take it for granted. LVOY is here to support the learners of adult literacy, to help them be strong advocates for their lives. We use this fundraiser to support this cause, and we thank each and every one of you, from our spelling bee teams to our sponsors, to our volunteers, and to those who helped organize this event. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you. Liz.
Yes, thanks, Mary Ellen. The Spelling Bee is our longest running and consistently most successful fundraiser. Every successful bee helps LVOY to serve more learners and transform more lives through literacy. I wanted to thank all of you who are participating today, and as well as the other teams and the event sponsors, which are all listed in the bee program that was emailed prior to today. And a very special thank you to our major sponsors. Our premier sponsors today are Darling's Tree Farm and Wegmans, and our Queen Bee sponsors are Canandaigua National Bank and CDGA Coffee Company. So a very hearty thank you to them, and good luck to all of you this afternoon.
So we want to introduce you to the players of this round who are going to help you through it. First and foremost, our announcer, Andy Thomas, and what can we say? He is just the best. We are so lucky to have him involved. And he's more than just an announcer. He just keeps us on our toes and keeps us chuckling and keeps us organized. So thank you, Andy. Our judges were Sonia Brooks and Bess Oliver. So Beth is joining us for the third round. Timekeepers, George Cushman and Liz, who was here for the first two rounds. The B team consists of Donna and Marilyn and myself, and our technician. Thank you, Haywood Phillips. So Andy, it's all yours. Take it away.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Are we ready to spell? Okay. Round three should be able to go pretty smoothly because I think rounds 1 and 2 did actually do pretty well. So we're pretty psyched about how things are working. And if you have any issues technically, just raise your hand or wave or something, and we'll try to figure something out if something crops up. So as we prepare for round,
can I interrupt long enough just to let Keuka College and Wood Library know or remind them that they do have free word passes?
Yep, I will do that again. All
Thanks.
Right. As we get ready for round 3, I want to celebrate a little punctuation again because we did this right at the beginning. And talking about literacy, you got to have punctuation if you want to read correctly. It makes it work. So, but we often forget the hyphen, tiny hyphen that can become very important. And I just have a few examples that are kind of fun about why the hyphen is important. A reformed band, hyphen, is quite different from a reformed band, which is very extremely rare, especially in rock and roll. A long-standing hyphen friend is probably more a friend than a long-standing one, though he or she may well be outstanding in their field. And a cross-section hyphen of the public is very different from a cross-section of the public. Though, of course, pollsters often encounter both at the same time. And finally, how about this sentence, which shows the power of the colon and the comma? The sentence with no punctuation: a woman without her man is nothing. But punctuated differently, it becomes a woman without her man is nothing. That's a better sentence, right? I'm looking at all you competitors, and I think that's a better sentence. In fact, that one needs a different punctuation, an exclamation point on the end of it. So don't forget your hyphens, but I brought them up, but you don't have to worry about them when you're spelling, okay? Hyphens, capitalizations, that kind of thing. If that comes up, no, don't sweat it. We're looking for the letters in the right order, and that's about it. 2 teams have already qualified for the championship round. One of you is going to be moving on to fill that 3rd slot. And our teams for round 3, Team 1 representing the Canandaigua Rotary Club, calling themselves Be Crazy, is Janet Tenriro, Robin Shepard, and Judy Ratcliffe, sorry, Judy. Team 2 is representing Keuka College, named Believe in What Wolves Can Spell Together. And we'll have to do a deep derivation on that one. But wolves are Catherine Agar, Ann Weed, and Malia Spofford Xavier. Thanks for being here. And by the way, wolves, you have a free pass. And I'm going to pause before I explain what that is because also the librarians have it. So team 3 in round 3 is from Wood Library, Canandaigua, the Wood Librarians. They forgot that R again this year in their title. Jenny Goodmo, Leslie Mast, and Kathy Shea to spell for the Wood Librarians. They also have a free pass. Now, what is a free pass? Free pass is a kind of get out of jail card that you can use when you have a word that you think is going to stump you. Okay, so if I give you the word and you think, well, we're unlikely to get that one, and we don't even want to try, then you can spend your free pass and I'll give you another word. The reason we gave you a free pass is because you were so great and gave us, as I said in round 2, $100,000 extra for literacy volunteers. I really appreciate that. Very generous. So the free pass, however, cannot be used if you've missed a word already. All right, it's not that kind of get out of jail. You got to decide before you spell whether you're going to use your free pass. And again, wolves and librarians, you have free passes. Be crazy, you're just going to have to be good without it. All right, we're ready to go. I'll give you some of the other directions. And we've revised our response time because we're online to about 60 seconds. And George is timing, and we're going to force you to guess after about that time. If you can't come up with something, you're going to have to guess. But it's lengthy enough. You can communicate by speaking to each other, and we'll hear that, of course, or you can write out the word and kind of hold it up to the screen, and then you can debate amongst yourself whether that spelling is correct and choose the one you want to go with. Okay, we don't want you to use Zoom chat or phone texting because it has an autocorrect mechanism on there, and that'll end up being cheating. So my job is to read the word. I'll use it in a sentence, and then I will say the word again. So I'll say the word, read a sentence with the word in it, and then say the word again. For spelling, I need you to say the word so that we know, Liz knows, and I know that you've got it correct, or we think that you've understood the word properly. And then when you spell it. So say the word, spell the word, and then when you're finished spelling, say the word again so we know you're done. And you're not going to put an extra couple of S's on the end of that. All right. So the other critical rule is you don't have to rush, even though you have the 60 seconds, but don't rush. What you don't want to do is be hasty and start spelling before you're really ready, because if you lay down letters in the wrong order out loud, that's going to hold. We're going to hold you to that. So what you want to do is be sure before you start spelling. If you do misspell the word at the beginning, then you're stuck. However, if you stop halfway through a word and want to and get lost a little bit and go back and start again, that's okay, as long as those letters that you've already said have been appropriately ordered. Okay, so if the word is dog and you say DG, you're out. All right, that's no good. But if you say DO and you kind of lose it and you say I got to start over, then start over, say dog, DOG, and you'll be okay. All right. So basically, don't rush. Try to enunciate clearly for both myself and Bess as judge, because it can be a little tough to pick you up. We haven't had too much audio difficulty, but occasionally there's a problem. We had one issue last round where people had the YouTube feed up live in the background, and we were getting a little double or feedback. So we want you to have, wherever you spellers are, try to have that quiet so we don't get some reverb or something that we can misinterpret. So try to enunciate clearly. I will do the same. If I did not enunciate clearly enough, or you do not understand the word, ask me to use the word again. Okay, I'll say it again many times until we think you've got it. You can also get
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask a question? We had determined that we were going to consult by phone verbally. Is that okay?
That should be okay. As long as you're not using an autocorrect feature on that, that'd be fine. Yep. It might be a little odd to have the audio. Could be a little odd. We might pick up some answers that are coming in or responses coming in on your phone. That's okay, as long as you mute them back and when you're finally ready to spell. Okay. You can ask for a definition of the word. You can ask for its part of speech, and also the derivation, origin of the word. Sorry, and that sometimes helps if you're getting hung up on it. Please don't use Google to figure out your word. That's cheating. And I think that's about it for general rules. We start with a practice round, and you cannot be eliminated during the practice round. This is so that you can kind of work out your systems a little bit, and hopefully that you'll find what works for you. And then we'll also pick up on any issues with audio that we might have and fix them in between. Okay. Basically, it's good to be muted, but obviously we're going to need to hear the speller when they're ready to spell. So watch that mute button as well. All right. Everybody ready? We'll do some introductions and then we'll get rolling. Let's see. Don't forget your free passes too. All right. Okay. Team 1 is Be Crazy, and this is your practice round word. Direction. But the sky was bright and he somehow felt he was headed in the right direction. Direction.
Do we need to consult?
No.
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 Okay. Direction. DIRECTION. Direction.
That is correct. The sentence, by the way, is the last sentence of the book Stuart Little by E.B. White, one of my all-time favorites when I was a kid, and still I can dip into that anytime. Absolutely love it. I'm going to use last sentences of novels for your practice sentences here. Okay, Team 2, this round is Believe in What Wolves Can Spell Together, and we'll shorten that to wolves. Here we go. The word is convinced. The gun Bill Roach had finally convinced himself was, after all, a dream. Convinced.
Convinced. CONVINCED. Convinced.
That is correct. Convinced. That's the last line of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy by John Le Carré, who we just lost this past year. Okay. Wood Librarians, your practice word is mysteriously. She looked up and across the barn, and her lips came together and smiled mysteriously. Mysteriously.
Mysteriously. MYSTERIOUSLY. Mysteriously.
Quite obviously, you got that correct. All right. That is the last line of The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, for anyone who wants to read another classic. Okay, we're ready to go. Don't forget your get out of jail cards if you need them. Round 3. Best, we're going to start on page 3 at the top of the page, number 315. And the first word is going to our Rotary Club representatives. Be crazy. Ready? Be crazy. Okay, here we go. Vanquishment. The team dealt much better with their recent vanquishment when they realized they still had a chance to go to the playoffs. Vanquishment.
Any issue with that?
No, I don't have an issue.
I don't have an issue.
Okay. Vanquishment. VANQUISHMENT. Vanquishment.
That is correct. Unvanquished, you go on. All right, we're moving to 316. And wolves, ready? Squalid. The squalid apartment was condemned and scheduled for demolition. Squalid.
Squalid, Squalid, squalid.
That is correct. Next word down is 317. Wood librarians, you're up. Fractal. Julia's science project demonstrated that the shape of a snowflake is a fractal. Fractal.
Fractal. Fractal. Fractal.
Yay, you've all survived your first words. Good job. All right. Let's keep rolling. We're going to go back to Be Crazy. We're going to go to page 6, Bess. At the top, 333. Allium. Betty loves the oniony odor. Let me try that again. Allium. Betty loves the oniony odor of the red allium in her garden. Allium.
2 L's.
2 L's. I'm sorry, what?
I said 2 L's.
Oh.
Ready? Okay. Allium. Allium. Allium.
Correct. Good job. Going to go to 336 on the same page. Wolves. Accolade. Martin received one accolade after another at the awards banquet. Accolade.
Accolade, Accolade, accolade.
Correct. Next word down, 337. For librarians. Blandishment. No blandishment can sway Gil from his steadfast sense of propriety. Blandishment.
So I'm thinking Blandishment, blandishment. Yep. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was thinking. All right. Blandishment. Blandishment. Blandishment.
That's correct. Leslie, I had a little trouble hearing you. Maybe lean in a little closer when you do read. Okay.
Okay.
I got it though. But,
sorry, Andy.
right. Okay. Maybe it's me.
No, I noticed a difference as well.
Okay. Going back now around to Be Crazy. Next word down, 338. Yes. Censure. The commentator spoke in censure of the political candidate's latest speech. Of course, the Senate had nothing to do with it. Censure.
Censure.
What I would think, yep.
Okay. Censure. Censure. Censure.
That is correct. Wolves. Gorse. Talia went hiking in an area of England that is just miles and miles of wild land covered with heather and gorse. Gorse.
Gorse, Gorse, gorse.
Yeah, E on the end of that. Good. All right. Going to go forward to page 9, Bess. And the word at the top, 354. This is librarians. Two pronunciations of this I'm going to give you. Velodrome or velodrome. The university's new velodrome was funded by an alumnus who was an ardent cyclist. Velodrome, velodrome, both accepted. Don't forget definitions and parts of speech, origins.
We're going to use our free pass on this one.
Okay, you're going to bail out on velodrome or velodrome. That is a building containing a track designed for cycling. And usually I've heard it pronounced velodrome, though the diacritical has the long E possibly. So we're going to jump one word for you to
Will you spell it?
355. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. V like Victor, ELODROM like Michael E.
Thank you.
Velodrome. Going around in circles on a bike. All right. Librarians, you've used your get out of jail card now, so the pressure's on. I want to see some sweat dripping down those temples. Let's go. 355, Beth. Panophobia. For several days after the earthquake, Rachel experienced mild panophobia. Panophobia.
Which team is this for?
3.
No. Oh, yeah. Librarians.
Andy, could you pronounce it one more time and give us the definition one more time?
Panophobia. For several days after the earthquake, Rachel experienced mild panophobia. Panophobia.
Timer went off, Andy.
Tick tock.
Right, I think we've come to a conclusion here. Panophobia. Panophobia. Panophobia.
Oh, you missed the in the middle. The vowel is what tripped you up. It looks like panophobia. PANOPHOBIA. An O, not an A. It's a condition of vague, non-specific anxiety or generalized fear. Yours was very specific about that word. I'm sorry. All right. So, wood librarians, you're knocked out because that you missed at the end of a cycle. So, two teams are Be Crazy and Wolves get to continue. Wolves, don't forget you have a free pass in your pocket. We're back to Be Crazy. Same page, Bess. Next word, 356. Serrano. The secret to Paul's famous salsa is that he uses a blend of peppers, including serrano, habanero, and jalapeno for depth of flavor. Serrano.
I think it's SERRANN. I mean, not N, one N, O.
2 R's, 1 N?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I have too. Judy?
Start with an S?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Serrano. SERRANO. Serrano.
You know your peppers. All right. A very hot Mexican chili pepper, serrano. All right, we're going to go to the Wolves. Next word down, Bess. 357. Arbutus. Evelyn refers to the arbutus in her backyard as a strawberry tree. Arbutus. Illegal helper looking to get in on the action there. Little cats, dogs, goldfish, anybody can participate.
Could you give us the definition and the origin of this word, please?
Okay. Arbutus, a tree of a genus of evergreen shrubs or trees of Southern Europe and Western North America. They typically have white or pink flowers and scarlet berries. Arbutus, it's a noun. The word is from Latin. Arbutus. You have a card, a free passer. And this is for the survival because Be Crazy is already spelled correctly in this round. So not that I'm telling you how to run your business.
Arbutus, A-R-B-U-T-I-S, Arbutus.
You went with an I-S there. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It's U-S at the end. A-R-B-U-T-U-S, Arbutus. That is the Wolves. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we knocked you out. And our round 3 champs are Be Crazy. So they will be back in action for our championship round, which will start at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock. And we look forward to having you. Thanks so much for participating and for supporting Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates. We'll take a break until that championship round, and we'll be back with you at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Janet and Robin, have you guys done this before together?
Not together.
You're very effective.
Lucky.
That was
so
a compliment. That was a compliment.
Far. I was gonna say we're just lucky so far.
I'm pretending I'm walking off the street. So we got a half an hour.
Yep, whole half an hour.
Yep, you have a half hour to take a break, and we'll see you back here shortly before 4 o'clock.
Can we leave the Zoom thing on?
Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
just mute yourself. Just mute yourself.
Yep.
I can do that too.
When you're ready, I need you. I couldn't mute it.
Do you want me to mute you, Andy?
No, it's okay. I had something covering up my screen, and I can't figure out how to get back out of it. And Renee knows this computer better. So. It's like a Zoom plate came back on. I might get bounced out. We're gonna try. It's not a big deal if I get bounced out. We'll come back in, but I guess. But we're gonna try ducking out of this, or maybe it's over here. Let's try this first. Oop. I think we might have gotten bounced. Yeah. That was weird.
Did the Zoom in?
This one here. I don't think you need to launch after you hit that one. Should we try again? Maybe I turn off the computer and turn it back on again.
Are you still, they can still hear you?
Donna, can you hear me at all? No, I'm off.
Oh, yes.
This is George. I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Andy.
You can hear me. So we're not
Yes.
actually off, but I've lost all of my video. I have a Zoom. Zoom is not launching my meeting right now after I thought I was out of it. So
But you're still here.
I'm still there, but
Yep.
can you see us?
Yeah, yeah. We can see it. Can you see?
All right.
I
you
can
see the
too.
screen?
Can you re-allow us to come in? Maybe Donna, we're seeing, please wait, the meeting host will let you in soon. Right
It
now
is.
again.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep. I can admit you right
Okay,
now.
I just admitted you, Andy.
I just did
Okay.
too. I wonder if you
Yep.
unadmitted.
I'm back. That was something we don't quite understand, but we're back.
Good. Unfortunately, those things aren't happening regularly.
I know, especially in the middle of a round, I would probably
Yeah.
have gone on, but that was scary.
Can you
And
see the slide?
I'm
you see
seeing the plate, the
Slide, the PowerPoint?
yeah,
Okay,
the welcome.
perfect. Okay.
I'm seeing the welcome plate right now.
Good.
That's what I'm saying too, Marilyn. It's great. And just so you know, Liz is going to put out a Facebook post inviting people to the final round.
Okay.
So that'll be good.
No, I can't move those. I don't think that matters, but okay. Well, I couldn't mute because I couldn't find. You're still hearing me now, right?
Yes.
And
Yep,
it's
I can hear you.
it's telling me to join the audio down at the corner there. So this is kind of bizarre. Maybe I've been.
We've heard you the whole time. Your audio has been excellent.
Okay. I hope I didn't say too much a moment ago. I'm glad I didn't use my typical French.
Oh, you were good. You were just whispering to Renee to get in there and help you with the mute button or something.
And you could hear me because I forgot that with using these ear pods, the speaker, the microphone is actually in the ear pods. So I forgot that. If I had taken them out, you might not have heard me. But okay, so well.
Excuse me. This is George. Can I test the? May I test the timer again? The audio didn't come through the last time. May I test that again? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you're waiting for Andy to say yes, but
Oh, anyone?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. I had two. It's confusing because I got two frames of myself up there now. Is my
George, I can hear that perfectly.
Okay, great.
Is my video slow to you, or is it the sync okay? Testing 1, 2. My lips moving with the words.
Yeah, looks good. Synced up.
Yep.
Okay, enough for me. All right, I guess I won't worry about it. All right.
It got so quiet there for a second, I got nervous.
It's like I've lost my ability to mute whatever page on my ability to mute myself is gone on the bottom, and that's kind of strange. So, but I hesitate to touch anything because I don't want to mess it up. So I'll just try to be careful. Okay. You might
And
hear some
Andy, for the most part, you don't need to mute anyway, so it works out fine.
All right. I'll just try not to yell at the cat like right now. Okay. Anybody out there?
Me.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
I've got a few funky things going on here, but I'm fine. I won't get distracted by it.
It doesn't seem like anything's going on from our side of it. I'm not
Okay.
aware of anything.
Yep.
I don't know if that's helpful at all, but
Well, I'm just scared to leave and then try to come back, and I might not be able to get back in. So I'm just scared that the audio might break up on me, and then I'm really cooked.
yeah.
But yours has been okay so far. So
Yeah, it has. It's been great, Andy. Thank you.
yeah, pretty fun. Makes the afternoon go by.
Oh, we have 2 items in the chat. Let's see. People said thank you.
That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Marilyn's there. I can see her cursor.
Yeah, Marilyn can't sit still even for a minute.
Thank goodness for us. Okay, now we know George is there. This is good. We've got our timekeeper. We've got our manager. I'm pretty sure Bess is there unless she took a break. Which is a good thing to do with that time. I got up and walked around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So Andy, that was interesting that the rounds were shorter than we ever anticipated.
Yeah, it's interesting that people are going out a little before I thought they would, and
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's to do with not being on stage, or
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
or it may be that it's this is a little more casual, and maybe it's a little harder to stay focused on it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I hadn't. I mean, I've looked at Velodrome 100 times, and I always say Velodrome, and then it's Diacritical says Velodrome, and it's like, what? Now I wish I had skipped that word now, but I was too late.
These teams impress me every year. The only word I think I would have known for sure was Serrano.
You knew Serrano, yeah. That's one I probably wouldn't get.
Little trivia, Arbutus is actually located just outside of Baltimore. So when you said that word, it was like Arbutus, of course. That's located right outside of Baltimore.
All right, I just heard a ding. What was that? No, no one's trying to come in yet. But I bet they will be soon. Oh, right. Some folks stayed on. All right, here's Leah Himmelhock. From Hobart. Welcome, Leah.
There you go.
Hey, it's Greek to me.
Yeah, that's basically the spelling bee, as it would the Greeks would have done it.
Uh-huh.
So it literally says the bee of the proper discipline of letters.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So you can play with it or not, but that's probably technically more accurate.
What was the origin of Greek? Is there did that come out of things like Sanskrit and stuff like that, or not? Or
Yeah,
don't know
Sanskrit's a
anything
cousin of Greek. It came out of Proto-Indo-European. You can hear the Proto, the initial, and then Indo is the Indus Valley, so that's Sanskrit, and European is obviously, well, English and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a group of people. Proto-Indo-European is a reconstructed language, but it would have been spoken maybe 6,000 BCE.
Uh-huh.
So it's not the earliest language, but it's the earliest one we can kind of track back to. But yeah, so a group of people were meandering out of, the Levant. Basically, they came from Africa up through the Levant, and then they hit basically Mesopotamia, and they had to make a decision. Do we go north or do we go east? And obviously they split. Some people went east, and that became all the Indic languages like Sanskrit. And the people who went north and went up through the steppes and then went west up into Europe became, everyone who speaks basically a Romance language. So it's pretty wild. So
it is, the development of languages, well, way beyond me. It's fascinating, but it's so murky. It's very hard to grasp for me.
Yeah, it's not just you. I mean, it's murky. There's no, it's not you. So let me just hold on. I'm gonna turn my video back on. There we go. But yeah, it's not about anyone's intelligence. It's about being willing to read the stuff and then saying, I find it to be confusing, but in a more informed way. Yeah, so I'm informed and confused versus, less informed and confused, basically. That's it, man. What I find to be interesting is the stuff that happened before Proto-Indo-European. I want to know more about that. There's no way to know, but still.
Yeah, yeah. But those things, the way the development occurred was, I guess, was the reason for language developments just to try to become more sophisticated about how you could express certain either ideas or realities of the world, or is that how these things go? Kind of they evolve because people are trying to say things in a little more detail, so to speak.
It's a little bit of everything, to be honest. But the big reasons why we think that language is developed, because it's all one dialect, right? Originally, right? One is there's two theories basically. One is just distance and time, right? Because people change gradually, with each generation, how they pronounce things, or even. Yes, I mean, there are some cultures that encountered the horse, and other cultures did not encounter the horse. So, basically, your environment will also influence, your vocabulary, and that will accelerate change. But the really big theory about change in language, I mean, aside from invasions of invading armies, we'll do things with that, is teenagers. They think that, they literally, it's true. I always tell my students, it's your fault. That, with each passing generation, teenagers apparently innovate. And then that innovation is actually a major engine for changing a dialect into a distinct language. And it's not just that, obviously, you're right. I mean, as cultural reasons will also impact a language. Like people struggling, if a culture values philosophy, for example, their attempts to try to articulate, complex ideas will, have an impact, but mostly it's apparently teenagers. Teenagers distance in armies, invading armies.
Yeah.
And then time, but yeah. So you can blame your children, or your students, whichever comes first. But
That's interesting. It's really fascinating. Would you say that English has evolved into as flexible a language as Greek or Latin, or?
I don't know. It's different. I mean, because one of the things I always comfort my students with, because Greek and Latin are not straightforward languages to learn, is I tell them that if a Greek or a Roman were to try to learn English, they would be in hell. They don't do word order, and that's one of the things that makes them scary to us. Is that they can kind of put their words in any order they want, and you have to use the endings of the words to tell you what the grammar is. And we teach grammar kind of poorly or weakly or sparsely in modern schools. It's not that it's too hard; it's that just no one teaches it. So whenever you say the word grammar, most people have heart attacks. And so students are really, they feel very lost because they don't feel comfortable with their grammar, right? And I just keep telling them that Greek and Latin are just giant puzzles. They're logic puzzles. They're kind of fun, you know. But basically, I think English has got its own nastiness. I mean, for starters, our spelling is just insane. We just don't follow any normal rule. But also, some of our grammatical decisions are mystifying. So I'm trying to think of a good example. I mean, one of the ones I like, which isn't a grammar decision, it's just a form decision, is that just about every language you can think of, the infinitive, like, you know, the phrase where you say to run, to eat, you know, to hold. Everyone else uses a single form, one word to denote it, and we kind of use the preposition to, and then a noun, you know, the actual action base of the word. So the verb live is to live in an infinitive form, right? And what that means is we're really flexible. We have this ability that very few other languages have, which is to put an adverb between the to and the. So we can say to boldly go where no man has gone before, right? Which is really awesome. A lot of other languages cannot do that. But because we try to imitate Latin, our grammar tries to follow Latin rules. They say you can never split your infinitive. That's called a split infinitive, right? To put an adverb between the two and technically that's bad. It's like, but grammar is consensus, right? Grammar is made up. So it's like, so you're taking one of the few strengths, or a really major strength of English, and you're trying to claim that it's wrong. And it's like, it's not wrong. English can do it. It's totally correct to say to boldly go, or to happily frolic, or to, you know, like, or any of those things. So that's an example, I think, of how our language is different from so many others, and it gives it like this neat trick that no one else can have, because all their infinitives are just one word, so you can't break it up. So
that's great. Thank you.
Oh no, sorry. I don't want to take up too much time here. So
that lesson was tuition free, folks.
Sorry about that.
It's so involved in listening to your explanation that I've almost forgot to log back into the Zoom. I was listening on YouTube.
Am I right? Is everybody here now? Is there any team member? Does any team know of a team member that isn't present?
We only have 2 Riesling team members.
Oh,
right?
Okay. We're waiting on Peter.
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
Great. And here he comes. I'll let him in.
All right, I'm on now. Can you see me?
We can see you.
Yeah,
We can
okay.
see your hand.
Ready. Oh, yeah. How about now?
Okay, ready? Are you all ready? My goodness. Oh, my goodness. So again, it's a welcome to the 3 finalists from our 3 rounds. Thank you so much again. And I just want to thank, and this is coming from the board of directors, our staff, our volunteers, our tutors, our learners, all of those people who are involved. And some of them are you. So we even more appreciate what you're doing. We are in the last round. We're in the final round, and the winner is the winner. So good luck to everyone. Oh, Peter, I guess I don't see, do I see Liz? Nope.
I think she's headed off because it's a final round.
Right, exactly. So we've already mentioned all of our sponsors. So again, to everyone that's helping out with this round, starting with two Andys, we have two Andys. I don't know about you, but I have two Andys, who is just phenomenal here. And our judge on this one is Bess. That's Oliver. Timekeeper is George Cushman. And our technician, Haywood. What would we do without you? And everybody else, we just thank you so much. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. There may be two Andys, and I'm sorry about the confusion. I had some strange Zoom plate kind of come across my screen, and I couldn't get rid of it, and I was afraid to dump out completely because I thought maybe I wouldn't be able to get back in. So if I make a mistake, blame the other Andy, okay? You are the creme de la creme of the spelling crop in the Finger Lakes right now. You should applaud yourselves for that wonderfulness, and we'll try to have some fun with our championship round. Keep it going for a while, hopefully, and crown a returning champ or a new champ. I think we have two teams that won before, I'm pretty sure, but also maybe a new challenging team, right? Crazies. Okay, we've got B+, we've got the Crazies, and we've got the Rieslingers, and we are almost ready to go with championship round for the 19th annual Spelling Bee. And it's been great fun so far, so let's bring it off in hot fashion here. I want to give you, however, another favorite punctuation thing that I came across. I was reading this book that my dad gave me a long time ago called Eats, Shoots, and Leaves, written by an English woman who's kind of a grammar crank, grammar contrarian, I guess she calls herself back in the day. But anyway, she has this mention that until 1960, punctuation was routinely taught in British schools. We were talking just a few moments ago with Leah about how our grammar, strict grammar teaching has kind of faded both in this country and English, which is unfortunate for a lot of reasons, but a lot of kids don't miss diagramming sentences, that's for sure. But it did teach you a heck of a lot about the construction of English and how things worked. And until 60, punctuation was a really major thing in British schools as well. And she got hold of an exam from 1937, a county schools exam in 1937. And here's a punctuation question that exam had. They asked you to ask the test taker to punctuate the following sentence. Charles I walked and talked half an hour after his head was cut off. Charles I walked and talked half an hour after his head was cut off. The correct answer, of course, is Charles I walked and talked, and then put a period in, stop, period. Charles I walked and talked half an hour after, comma, his head was cut off. The British never want to leave that cutting off of the head off of the sentence. As it's the only way British would teach punctuation. I don't think we would do that same kind of a violent way in the US. Hopefully not. Anyway, I like that one. LVOY teaches everything about literacy. It teaches it very well. So let's celebrate some of the success that Literacy Volunteers of Ontario Yates has had this past year, despite the pandemic. 2020, tough year all around, but tough folks at LVOY. As we mentioned before, right at the top, 96 tutors worked with 119 learners in both counties throughout the year 2020. 5,297 volunteer hours were given in service to the mission. And that mission is to open doors through literacy. And that value of those 5,297 volunteer hours is about $144,000. Incredible gifts from those volunteers. 9 learners earned high school equivalency diplomas this year, and 7 more were or are actively working toward this goal right now. That's great. 4 learners passed the rigorous U.S. citizenship exam, and 2 more are preparing for it right now. 3 learners passed their driver's tests, and 2 more are working toward this very important objective. As you know, it's really tough to get to work unless you can drive and have a car. And that's going to be a major change in their lives when they get their driver's tests and driver's exams passed successfully. And 16 learners found new or improved employment during 2020 because of their enhanced literacy skills, even during the pandemic. Really great news. So let's hear it for those hardworking learners and the volunteers at LVOY who make it all happen. I think we should give them a little hand. Muted applause, kind of like golf applause right there. Okay, we are ready for our championship round. There's not going to be a practice round here anymore, and I'm not going to review your rules. We're going to plunge in. Our teams are, well, I know the crazies are here, right? And you're right, you're psyched, you're ready? The challengers, you haven't won this before, I don't think, right? Okay, so they're hungry. B-plussers are like the grizzled veterans, you know, they've been through this, and they almost think they've got it locked. You know, you can't just hand this thing to them. And then the Rieslingers have been out there drinking their product, so they are loosened up for the battle, ready to rumble, all right? And hopefully got their technical difficulties straightened away. And I think we're all set to go here. So we'll go with the crazies, the B-pluses, and the Rieslingers. So crazy spells first, B+ second, Rieslingers third. Judge Bess, we're going to move to page 10. And right at the top of the page, number 337 will start us off. Remember, no practice, so concentrate, take your time, and good luck. Have fun. The word is exorcist. While Lars's room did smell pretty bad, Mom thought Lucy's suggestion to call an exorcist to handle the problem was a bit extreme. Exorcist.
I got EXORCIST. You're muted, Judy.
I agree. Where is Robin?
Rob, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay. Exorcist. EXORCIST, exorcist.
That is correct, and nobody's head went in 360 either.
Thank goodness.
Very good. Next word down, and we've got B+. Ready? Aquifer. The presence of an aquifer has always been critically important to the viability of human civilization and agriculture. Aquifer. It can be pronounced aquifer.
I didn't see what you had, Leah, but since Ruth and I are in agreement, you're the same, basically. Okay. Aquifer. AQUIFER. Aquifer.
That is correct. There are 2 actual spelling possibilities. You could use an A before the F on that one and still get away with it. All right, we're going down to the Rieslingers. Symptomatic. The traffic jam was symptomatic of larger problems with the local transportation infrastructure. Symptomatic.
Symptomatic. SYMPEOMATIC. Symptomatic.
That is correct. All right. Everybody rolls on. We're going to go to page 11. Yes, and the top word, 344. We're back to the Crazies. Technophile. The technophile built a drone to take aerial photographs. Technophile.
Okay, is it PH or F?
I don't know.
PH.
I go for PH.
All right. Technophile. TECHNOPHILE. Technophile.
You got it. Correct. All right. I'm going to move down to 347 for the B plusers. Same page. Patrilocal. The patterns of settlement after marriage were mostly patrilocal among the ancient Greeks and Romans. Patrilocal.
Okay, Ruth, move yours over just a little bit. Okay, and Leah, can you hold up yours again? Okay. Oh, good. We're all the same. Patrilocal. PATRILOCAL. Patrilocal.
That is correct. All right. Rieslingers, you're up. Frangible.
Who?
Support. Let the Rieslingers, don't jump in, Judy, because they need to hear correctly, okay? Frangible. Supports for road signs are designed to be frangible so that they won't severely damage cars that hit them. Frangible.
Frangible. FRANGIBLE. Frangible.
That is correct. Capable of being broken off or breakable. We'll go back to the crazies. Staying on the same page, the next word, 349, Bess. Prelusory. Prelusory. Before her violin recital, Becky warmed up by playing some prelusory pieces. I'll say it again. Prelusory.
I'm not sure, Janet.
I've never heard that word.
I didn't either.
Okay, well, here we go.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Prelusory. PROLUSORY. Prelusory.
You never heard it, and yet you got it right. You got that right perfectly.
Thank you.
Of, relating to, or having the characteristics of an exercise or trial preliminary to a contest or performance. Prelusory. Very good. Way to go. All right, so they stay alive, and we're going to B plus. Sympatric. Some scientists consider parasites and their hosts to be sympatric organisms. Sympatric.
Well, it looks like we're in agreement. That's good. Okay, here goes. Sympatric. SYMPATRIC. Sympatric.
Yes, you got it right. That is correct. All right, way to hang in there. Got some tough spellers here. Rieslingers, you're up. I'm going to go to 354, Beth, on the same page, page 12. Sorry, I think I forgot to tell you last time. Here we go. Stapes. The stapes is the smallest bone in the body. Stapes.
Stapes. S-T-A-P-E-S. Stapes.
That is correct. Stapes. Very simple spelling, but a little tricky. All right, we're going to move on to page 14 at the 329. It's the second word down. And we're back to the crazies. Nebulosity. The author's nebulosity invited several different interpretations of his work. Nebulosity.
So nebulous without the U at the before the end here.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nebulosity. Nebulosity. Nebulosity.
The quality of being unclear did not affect your focus. You got it right. Very good. Going down to 331 for the B pluses. Xylorimba. The xylorimba was a popular percussion instrument in the 1920s and the 1930s. Xylorimba.
Leah, do you have an O or an A before that R? O. And Ruth has an A. I think Leah and I are in agreement. Is that right? Yes? Okay. Xylorimba. I'm assuming this is something like a xylophone. Xylorimba. Xylorimba. Xylorimba.
That is correct. All right. Hanging tough. A percussion instrument with a tubular metal resonator under each bar. We'll move on. Let's see. Okay. Going to page 17. We're at Rieslings. And the top word, 334. Spikenard. Rain grows spikenard in her garden so she can extract the oil. Spikenard. Might have some work for our timekeeper here on this one.
That's the bell, Andy.
Okay, Rieslingers, we need to push you a little bit. But
Okay.
it is the championship round, so take your time.
What are we agreeing on? Anything? Okay, we're gonna go with what?
Okay, clock's
All
a
right,
ticking.
here we go. Spikenard. S-P-I-K-E-N-A-R-D. I K E N A R D. Spikenard.
You figured it out. It is correct. Spikenard, an East Indian aromatic plant, and usually get an ointment from the oil out of it. Spikenard. Good job. All right. Crazies, we're back to you in this brilliantly played championship round so far. Got another 40 minutes, so don't get tired. Crazies, you ready? Here we go. Next word down, 335. Best. Motitation. Lori could tell by the motitation of her brother's lower lip that he was about to start sobbing. Motitation.
Well, I'm inclined to spell it the way it sounds.
Me too.
I'd
3
go
T's. Yeah.
3 T's and an I in between the first two?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Motitation. M-O-T-I-T-A-T-I-O-N. Motitation.
A quivering movement. And you got it right. Correct. Yeah. That lower lip. All right. B+, you're back in the saddle with this one. We're going to move to page 18, best 347. Noctograph. The noctograph was originally developed to allow soldiers to write in the dark. Noctograph. I'll say that again for you. Noctograph. Noctograph.
All right, we're all different. Okay. Can I have the definition, please?
Yep. Noctograph. A writing frame for the blind. Noctograph.
Am I hearing this correctly? Noctograph.
I think so. The technology is a little tough. Say that again for me.
Noctograph.
I think so. Noctograph.
Okay. And the language of origin?
The first part of the word is from an originally Latin word, and the second part originally Greek.
Oh, lovely.
Noctograph.
Leah, do you have a strong feeling about an O or an I? No? No strong
I
feeling?
have a strong feeling about the I, but I it's a barbarous neologism.
Is the strong feeling is not actually based on your knowledge of classical languages, because
it's a barbarous neologism, but I'm going with what I know about etymology and English. So
okay.
But again, so
okay. All right. Since it's coming from Greek and Latin, and since you are the Greek and Latin expert, and I think you know more about these languages than I do, I'm going with your spelling.
Okay.
Noctograph. N-O-C-T-I-G-R-A-P-H. Noctograph.
I'm sorry, it is an O, not an I.
See, I'm sorry. So I knew too much.
This is what happens. It's all right. It's all good. Good luck to everybody.
Noctograph is N-O-C-T-O-G-R-A-P-H, a writing frame for the blind. B+, you've been fantastic champions in previous years. Another great effort. And we so much appreciate your spending time every year to pull Literacy Volunteers up by its bootstraps and make us really pay attention to great spelling and great words. And thanks for being here. It was wonderful. You can't stay in I don't think so. Gotta say one thing about the championship rules right now that might matter. Rieslingers, you're gonna have a word, and if you miss, then Crazies could win. But in the championship round, we always make you spell another word to win it. So Crazies, you wouldn't automatically win, you'd have to spell another word in case Rieslingers miss this coming word. Okay. All right. Staying on page 18, best down at the very bottom, last word 350. Rieslingers, ready? Beadle. The bailiff knows that his job is important, even though the townsfolk refer to him as a beadle. Beadle.
Can we get a definition?
Yep. You may think it's a homonym. It's not quite exactly a homonym, but close enough. Beadle. A herald or messenger, especially in the service of a law court. Beadle.
Language of origin?
It is English, comes from English law. Beadle. Tension, drama.
The bell has tolled, Andy.
Sweat. Boy, they're using up their time, aren't they? But we're still not even to 4:30, so life goes on. It's quite a debate.
All right. Beadle. B-E-D-E-L. Beadle.
I'm sorry, you did miss that. Beadle, in this sense, is B-E-A-D-L-E. Beadle. Pretty obscure. If you find yourself in an English court in trouble for driving on the wrong side of the road, maybe you could yell that out and they'd give you something for that. Rieslingers, again, you're maybe not out. In fact, I'm going to say if crazies miss this word, that's coming up for them. They could win as champion, but if you miss crazies, I'm bringing back both teams because it happened on the same round, essentially. Okay, so you got to win. You got to spell two in succession to win, and if you get this one right, you win. But if you get it wrong, we're bringing back both teams if we can. I'm sorry, Lara may have jumped off. I hope not, but I should have mentioned that beforehand. So let's see, where am I going? We're going to try this one. Going to go to page 20, number 370. And this is you crazies for the championship. Sisal. A sisal bond is a type of covalent chemical bond that can be split with an enzyme. Sisal. Sisal.
Of course, I should know this, but I'm not positive.
Well, you've got a better chance than I do.
Share with us your thinking.
So far, I'm thinking just CISAL, but let me think about that. Yeah, that's all I can think of. I don't know.
It's better than anything I got. All right, Judy.
Go for it. Go for it.
Sisal. C-I-S-A-L. Sisal.
Sorry, you did miss that. It's pretty far off, actually. It's more like scissors, and for cutting, it's S-C-I-S-S-I-L-E.
Wow.
Oh my God. Even close.
No.
Capable
Can't guess
of
me.
being
I'll get to play again.
capable of being cut smoothly or split easily. B plusers, do we have you all here?
Yes, we're all here.
Okay, I'm sorry about I didn't see that possibility coming, and because you missed on the same round, that I think we're all going to be in. So 4:30, and we'll keep on
I'm
rolling.
staying till the end. I want to see who wins.
Okay.
If our team goes out, I'm staying, is what I'm saying.
All right. So B plus, now you're in the situation where this is your word, and that'll sort of change the order slightly, but we'll try to keep track of that. And Bess, you may have to help me on this one. So keep that order, make sure I get this right. So B plus, your word. We're going to go up one for the word, 369 on the same page, Bess. Anaphora. The voice of the Lord occurred 3 times in anaphora in the psalm Julie read. Anaphora.
I think Leah and I are in agreement. Yes, Leah? Okay, so I'm going to try to go with the majority.
You're going to trust her? You're going to trust her?
Trust her. I totally trust her. She knows things.
Yes.
Anaphora. Anaphora. A-N-A-P-H-O-R-A. Anaphora.
We had to go back to a Greek word, didn't we? Yeah. That is correct. Anaphora. Good job. All right. So B plus, you're still alive. Rieslingers, you're still alive too. And we're back to you for this word. All right, we're going to go to page 21, Bess. 221. Connemara. Connemara is one of a few remaining strongholds of the Irish Gaelic language in Ireland. Connemara.
Definition.
Did you ask for a definition?
I did.
Okay, sorry. It's a district in Ireland located in Western Galway. So a physical place, district in Ireland. You don't have to worry about any capitalizations or anything. Connemara. I don't know about wines in the region, but it's pretty likely there's a little whiskey being made there.
That's the bell, Andy.
Okay. Gonna have to come through with another wild fling, Rieslingers.
Could we hear it one last time?
Yep. Connemara. Did I get that right, Bess? Okay. Connemara.
Connemara. C-O-N-N-A-M-A-R-G-H. Connemara.
Good thinking on the GH, but not correct. And there was a mistake in the middle as well. Connemara is C-O-N-N-E M-A-R-A, just simply A, no G-H, even though that could very well happen in Irish. So Rieslingers, that's a miss. Crazies, your next word is coming up. If you get it right, then Rieslingers are out. If you get it wrong, then B+ needs to spell another word correctly, and that would be their championship word. But if they miss, Rieslingers, you're still alive. So there's still a possibility as my head spins. Okay, so crazies, your word. 223 on the same page, page 21. Argyria. The patient's complexion turned a dull gray as his argyria progressed. Argyria.
I don't know the word, so I'm thinking.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, you gonna let me go with it?
Yeah, I'm just thinking the way it sounds, A-R-G-E-R-I-A.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
I went with
A-R-G-Y.
E. I'm sorry?
I said, I'm thinking A-R-G-Y, but
Okay.
there's a basis of silver. The A-R-G part is silver, but
And you're saying what?
I'm saying Y-R-I-A after that, only because that's a medical
common
suffix.
Go for it. Go for it.
All right. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Argyria. A-R-G-Y-R-I-A. Argyria.
The Y is correct. That's a good figure. You got it right. That is correct. Crazies are in. B+ are in. Rieslingers, you're out this time. Thank you so much for, again, playing past champions, and fantastic. And we look forward to visiting your wineries and helping your business as well. Okay. Thank you very much for being here. All right. B+, your word. You're back in it. And we're going to stay on the same page, Bess. Again, let me reiterate, if anybody misses and someone gets a word, the team has gotten a word needs to spell another one to win. Okay. We're going to go to 225 on this same page, 21. Hydrargyrum. The hydrargyrum rose in the thermometer as the temperature climbed. Hydrargyrum.
Let's see what I got.
Let's see what Leah has.
I like your ending, Laura.
I think Leah and I are in agreement. However, I do want to ask for a definition of this one, just to be very sure.
Okay. I have to tell you that this page, I'm sorry, it doesn't have origins. I
didn't ask for that.
I don't want to guess on that. But the definition of hydrargyrum is the element mercury. It's the actual name of mercury. Hydrargyrum.
HG. That's why it's HG. That explains so much. All right.
Correct. Yep.
Hydrargyrum.
Yeah.
Hydrargyrum. HYDRARGERUM. Hydrargyrum.
I'm sorry, that's a miss. It's close. But after the G comes a Y, not an E. It's a Y in there. HYDRARGYRUM. Hydrargyrum. Even though it weirdly sounds that way. So.
Thank you. Good luck, crazies.
It's a miss for B plus. Crazy, you're going to have to get a word, and then you're going to have to get
It
another.
was either from
Okay.
silver or from carrying. It was either Ger or Gur. Sorry.
It's okay. Crazy's ready. We're going to go to page 22, and we're at 362, Bess. Clough. Adrian marveled during the flash flood at the amount of water pouring through the clough. Clough.
I think it's CLOUGH.
Sounds reasonable. I don't know if it's right,
I don't either.
but it sounds reasonable.
All right. Well, I'm only saying that because there's another similar word, SLOUGH, which is not pronounced that, but anyway, clough. CLOUGH, clough.
Correct. That is correct. A narrow valley or ravine. English, Northern English sort of. Clough. Good job. So, championship word for B plusers. If you get it,
No, they're out.
We're out.
They're out.
We were
I'm
wrong
sorry.
last time.
I'm sorry, not B plus.
Yeah, we just
You're
had
right.
to do this last word.
Oh, I keep wanting to give it to B plus. You guys are crazies. Championship word. Sorry about that. Don't let me make you lose your concentration. Everybody set? Okay. Okay. Here we go. It's page 24. It's the top word. You gnaw. You gnaw. I actually should put the emphasis on the second syllable there, so I didn't get it quite right the first time. You gnaw. The you gnaw seldom descends to the ground because its slow movement makes it easy prey for jaguars and other predators. You gnaw.
Definition, please.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's a two-toed sloth, an animal. A sloth, two-toed sloth. You
Origin?
gnaw. Originally a Tupi word, native to that area of the jungle, and the word passed into French. Okay. You gnaw.
Well, kids, I don't got a clue.
No, me either. I've got like YUNAGH.
I did the NAUGH. Tell me your beginning.
I was thinking just YU, but I don't have a clue.
I was doing Y. What do you think, Janet?
So you think it's YUNAUGH? I mean, it's not a word I've ever heard before. It's like skookum. Is that where we were? YUNAUGH?
Is that what you think, Judy? I don't know.
Or YUNA?
We're absolutely together on everything but the beginning, but go with the YU.
What do you think the beginning is?
Just you, but.
Oh.
Oh, you said just Y before and I got confused.
I'm sorry.
Bell's going.
Go with the YU. Go with the YU.
Okay, but is it going to be NAUGH or NAGH?
NAU.
Think so? All right, let's go.
Janet?
Yeah.
NAUGH?
Well, I'll take it. Okay, so YUNAW. YUNAUGH. YUNAW.
I'm sorry, you added too many letters. It was simple. There's no Y on the front of that.
Okay.
The U does start it, and there's no GH. It's UNAU.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
The good thing is that you can easily outrun it when you're in the jungle. The thing that's chasing the UNAW, however, you can't outrun. The Jaguar's going to get you. All right, so crazies, you're still in, though not champs, and B plusers, you're still in. All right, you're back. How
Oh.
many lives are you going to use here?
Jesus.
B plus is using a lot of lives. B plus, you're up, and we're at 4:45, so we're gonna try to get this done. But you guys hanging tough.
So can I ask can I ask a question, Andy? I'm
Yep,
sorry.
I think so.
All three of us have all missed 2 words. How does that?
It's
make
just
only-
because of
the rounds. I mean, of the.
Yeah, because of how the rounds shift on a mistake. All right.
Okay.
So
All right.
they kind of shift a little because of that.
Okay.
358, Bess, on page 23.
And this is for the bees?
This is for the bees. Yep. All right. Ready? Loxicosm. Ms. Cuthbert's science class constructed a loxicosm as a group project. Loxicosm.
I need a definition, if you please.
Okay. Loxicosm. A device to show how the inclination of Earth's axis causes the day's length to vary from season to season. Loxicosm.
And if you have the language of origin, that would be great. But if you don't, we'll.
I actually do on this page. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but here we go. We're in the same vein. Loxicosm. The word consists of a part that went from Greek to Latin, plus a part that went from Greek to Latin to French and then to English. If that helps. Loxicosm.
The doozy.
Ruth and I are nowhere near each other.
It's from Greek to Latin, you said?
One part was Greek to Latin,
One
and then
part.
the other part was Greek to Latin to French to English.
Correct.
Yikes.
That's what I'm coming up with, but
Okay. Well, shoot.
We're not anywhere near.
Both you and Ruth are LOXO at the beginning, right?
yeah.
I have LOXA, but
Well, I have, yeah.
I feel like I'm hearing an O.
I think so too. I'm good with
All
that.
right. This is a portmanteau of all 3 words.
Mhm.
Loxicosm. LOXOCOSM. Loxicosm.
Good, you trusted her on that one. That is correct. You got it right. LOXOCOSM. Lots of O's in there. All right. Crazies.
I'm useful for something every now and again.
We're back to you, crazies. 357 up a word on the same page, Beth. Diadromous. Diadromous fishes exhibit fascinating migratory behavior. Diadromous. Diadromous.
Would you give us a definition, please?
Thank you.
Yep. Diadromous. Migratory between salt and fresh waters. Used of a fish. So a fish that goes migrating between salt and fresh, sometimes like a salmon.
And
Diadromous.
origin?
The word consists of 2 Greek parts plus an English combining form. Diadromous.
My inclination is to call it DYADROMOUS.
Say that again.
DYAD for the dyad for 2. ROMOUS. but there might be an extra. I might have an O in there that shouldn't be there.
There's only O. There's two O's.
Two O's. Okay. ROMOUS.
Yeah.
What do you
I
think,
don't-
Rob?
I don't have an opinion, so it sounds fine to me.
Okay, we'll go with diadromous. DYADROMOUS. Diadromous.
It was great hearing you work that out, but the Y is not a Y, it's an I.
It's an I.
Yep.
That's what I had to start with.
Yep. D-I-A.
I did too, damn it.
How do you spell damn it?
No I.
DIADROMOUS. It was the Y instead of the
Wow.
Which is what I had to start with.
Yep.
So did I.
You're not out yet. Maybe we should
We're
make B
not?
plus do 2 extra words because they've gotten so lucky here. So B plus, you guys are back and with a chance to win it. We're going to stay on the same page, and 361 is the word best. And it's galeate. The botanist examined the galeate corolla of the rare plant. Galeate.
Could I just have the definition though, just to be sure?
Okay. Galeate is a shape, helmet-shaped or hooded. Galeate.
So Leah feels good. Ruth and we're all in agreement. Galeate. Galeate. Galeate.
That is correct. Galeate, Latin word. I'm going to make you do one more though, just for the heck of it here, because let's see.
Why not?
Let me check my diacritical markings so I can get this right here. Okay, we're going to go to page 24, best 375. Kaddish. In the mortar, I'm sorry, let me do this again. Kaddish. In the mourner's Kaddish, there is no mention of death or mourning. Kaddish.
Sorry, Leah, I am only seeing words that you crossed out. Can you hold up a different part to the camera? You're saying that this is okay? Okay. Kaddish.
Yes, yours. Yeah,
for
Laura's
the-
is okay. Yeah.
For the win.
Kaddish. Kaddish. Kaddish.
That is correct. The champions, once again, the B-plusers. Way to go. That's correct. An ancient Jewish prayer recited daily at public services during the first 11 months after the death of a parent or other close relative. And it's Aramaic. Kaddish. All right. Wow, that was a great final round. I think everyone should get awards. Crazies, that was fantastic effort. You figured out so many tough words and really did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for your participation and for kind of lifting us. That was a great battle. Rieslingers, I'm glad you were here, of course. And B+, another feather in the cap. All right.
We're lucky.
This was fun. I really appreciate the opportunity to do this, and I think it came off pretty well. And I just want to say, to give my thanks to everyone who organized, especially Marilyn Cushman and Donna. Wow, kept me on the straight and narrow and made it happen. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm just going to, for a brief moment, I'm going to say a huge thank you to all of you. What an amazing final round. That was very impressive. B+, Andy called you the grizzled veterans, and I think you definitely earned that title today for sure. congratulations. We will find a way to bring you your prizes. Reedman's Happy Hives has donated a jar of honey for each one of you, so you'll have that to enjoy, and hopefully think of the B and LVOY every time you use it. And we want to thank really every team who participated. Really, it took almost really a sense of adventure to, do a Zoom version of the B this year. And I have to say, as a spectator, it was really fun because we got to be behind the scenes while you were, sussing out your answers. And it was pretty special for us as spectators. So I hope it wasn't too nerve-wracking for you. And so your sense of adventure, your willingness to, do this with us for the first ever remote B, we really appreciate it. And we want to thank again our sponsors, all our donors, there were team sponsors as well, staff, all our volunteers, and this year our YouTube spectators. And I happen to know you're out there because I was getting some texts from folks during the B. I think it went really, really well. So thank you so much. We made, because of all of your efforts, we made over $10,000 in support. Yep, I agree. In support of literacy for Ontario and Yates counties, and we couldn't be, more pleased. So thank you so very much. Well, I think that ends the 19th annual LVOY Spelling Bee.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank
Crazy.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
See you
Bees.
next year.
Thank you, everybody.
We were so lucky.
Well, I think a little bit of talent was in there too. I'm just guessing.
And then you'll have to remember that word "UNAW" for the future.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know that was evil. That was
Terrible.
evil.
That was terrible.
And Ruth, you did get a Jewish prayer. It was just a different one. You weren't crazy. I saw you spelling it.
Thanks, team. Thanks, everyone. It was great.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Take care, folks.
Bye.
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 I don't really want to go off, but I can end it, so I will. Thank you.
I can't. I don't know if I don't even know if I can go off.
Oh, well, I will do it right now. Bye now.
Turn the computer off. Thanks a lot, everyone.